Good evening, coming live from TCH in Austin. This is our weekly Monday 2-5 game $2,000 buy-in, and then it's match the stack. I'll be one of your host commentators, Dante at Dante Poker, and tonight, I have with me, introduce yourself.
What's up, everyone? It's Shane, back again.
Yes, Shane's been, not only has he commentated on the stream before, but he's played the 2-5 stream as well, and the 1-3 stream too.
Yeah, a few times on the stream, yeah.
So excited to be back. Got a great lineup. Some of your favorites. We do have William, the Knit, I like calling him the Knit, Lottie. And I was just out there earlier listening to some of his WSOP war stories.
Yeah,
and some bad beats.
He was complaining for sure.
Well, at least he has some bad beats stories to tell. I didn't get a chance to get out there as often. Are you ever planning on going out there as well, playing some of those events?
Maybe one day. I haven't spent too much time in my life paying attention to tournaments, but you know that's a poker bucket list. So definitely open to it.
Yeah, it really is. I myself am going to as well. I want to thank everybody in the chat for showing up. I really appreciate it. We have some of the regulars there. Frank, Poker Monkey, Skulls in the house, Ragnar. I really appreciate it. As usual, we are going to start off with a bomb pot, double board bomb pot with the new technology that we have. And let's take a look around the table and see what we got. I can never read these fast enough for the action.
So we got trip sevens from Lottie. On just turned the Broadway, but Jay win with the same Broadway here in territory of being quartered. We got Mike B with middle two on the bottom board.
Jaywin does have the redraw to the Royal Flush.
Yeah, Royal Flush.
Does anybody have the King of Diamonds? Yeah. I do see the King of Diamonds. John Joe has the King of Diamonds.
Boo. So Jaywin going to raise it up here with a lot of the bottom board locked up. I saw that Mike B actually had 3 pair on the bottom, but I think he is ready to get out of there with the straight coming in on the turn. Oh, we got a, okay. Looks like On has a 7 as well. So he's in great shape here.
So this looks like a chop.
No, I think this is going to be a 3/4.
3/4?
3/4. Oh, Jaywin going to rip it in there, trying to get his opponent off.
What kind of the wrong opponent to try to get off.
What he thinks is a chop, yeah. But little does he know he's value-owning himself at the quarter here. And On's not going anywhere. He's going to turn over and show him the bad news. So funny story about Ragnar Overby. I don't know what it was. I was just, for some reason, that name was in my mind recently, a couple of weeks ago, and I could not figure out why I knew this person's name. I was like, where is this from? I even Googled it. I was like, is this a celebrity, like an actor or something like that?
It is a celebrity chat pro.
Yeah, seriously. And then I realized about a week ago that it was our TCH commentator legend. We got Doug in the chat. How we doing, Doug? Hope you're studying up on that new book you got.
Well, I kind of want to go back to this last hand. It's really tough when you get it straight, because often, as you know, Shane and I just got done playing at the same table, and straights are almost always, it seems like it's almost always chopped. And I like the way Jaywin tried to push him off that, hoping his opponent had nothing on the top board, and often that'll do it. It was unfortunate for Jaywin that On did have something on both.
Yeah, straights are a tricky strategy to navigate. Usually in a bomb pot, I'd like to tread very lightly when it comes to a straight. I am a fan of playing straights, though, when I have opportunity for straights on both boards, especially when it's a heads-up approach, because I find that's one of the best ways that you can scoop your opponents, is draw into the nuts straight on both. And if you're able to hit your cards, especially if you have a wrap, 3 or 4 different outs, I can give you that. It seems to have worked out pretty well. But you are a threat to get quartered, and it can happen. but you kind of just got to run with it in those cases.
And it does happen. And Ons might be the wrong person to ever get off of a pot.
Yeah,
if he's in there on the river, he's calling
he's
anything.
trying to get half that pot
so
no matter what.
If I get 630 from you and put it in the middle.
They're still discussing the chop there, the quarter chop.
So take out, I said 630.
All right, we got 45 people in the chat. Thank you so much. We've only got a few likes, though. Please, please hit that, or as you hear, smash that like button.
Smash that like button.
It changes the algorithms of the. But please hit the like button. I would appreciate it.
Go in there.
All right, they're recounting. On is thinking he didn't get his three-quarter chop. So it's pretty. This will be pretty easy math to do since everybody bought in for the 2K. So the math is fairly easy. He should have 3K.
Everyone's in there.
I think so. I know we had 16 people on the list. I don't see anybody in seat 3 yet.
I took out the 3/4 of the pot.
But what I see in seat 1, I see Optimize. Our friend Blake is there. Really, really good, solid player.
Very solid
Seems
player.
to make all the right decisions most of the time, unless he's playing me. I'm just kidding. I don't know who seat 2 is. I'll need to peel back here a little bit. Seat 2 is this Johnny. Somebody, I think we played with him. He was at our 1-2 table.
He was at our table earlier.
So good player. Saw some good things from him.
Yeah, didn't see him getting out of line too much, though. He did. I saw one time his only 3-bet was ace-2 of diamonds, which was
that's right. And
which was rather unexpected. He did make the nut flush.
He did hit the nut flush, and I was in that hand. I got out with I folded top pair. And then we have Mr. Lottie in 4, Jwin in 5. No, it's not. Sorry, Jwin in 6. It's on in 5. Our friend Mark is back. He's been on a ton of streams, 2-5 and 5-10 as well. He's a regular at all the mid-stakes and high-stakes cash games here in Austin.
Very jolly guy.
Yeah. Number 8, I always say he's from Australia, and he just loves that because he's from England.
Yeah, he's from England. Very obviously from England.
Yeah, but I always say New Zealand or something derogatory, or Botany Bay or something, whatever. Seat 8, all I see are elbows, so I'm not sure on that. And seat 9, I'm not sure either. So we'll take a peek here once we get the cards in the air and figure out if On made his $1,200.
My guy Will in the chat, he's advocating for smashing that like, so make sure you guys follow his way. Hope you run deep in your. I don't remember what he said it was called tonight.
Hey, Skull, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat as well. Yeah, John was really quiet at the table.
Yes.
I think I tried to say something, and he just wasn't
super
having
quiet.
Any of my chat.
I've never seen him before either, so.
I haven't either.
Maybe he's a visitor.
I have seen seat 8. I can't recall his name.
Oh, yeah, I played with him as well.
I played him a few times.
Yeah.
And, of course, Mike B. He's been on the stream a lot. Really, really good player. I've seen him kind of. It seems to me he plays like the first hour very passive, and then he just ramps up as soon as he figures out some of the plays, he ramps up the aggression. It seems to do well for him. Okay, so we're off to a very interesting flop. Unfortunately, nobody has much anything. William does have top pair. And he's going to see if On can get some rope here a little bit. I like that. He's just going to call probably. Would do no good for him to raise. And keep On's bluffs in there. Board just got a little bit more connected. Yeah, On's just going to shut this down. Yeah, it doesn't even. I like that, William. It doesn't even good to value bet there because there's nothing that would get called.
Will might be the antithesis of On.
Yeah, they can't occupy in the same space.
Having them on each other's left and right.
That's interesting. That was the most passive hand I've seen.
Yeah. Last time I was commentating the stream, the first 4 of the first 7 hands were all ins. So there was a lot to live up to, but so far, starting off a little bit slower today.
Well, we do have a couple of really aggressive players. Of course, everybody knows On, and Jwin is can be very, very aggressive. Fights for every pot that he's got money in. So
looks like we got the 20 on. And Magic gonna wake
Wow.
up right away with 2 queens.
So he's going with the name Magic.
All right. See, they raised it to 75.
Kind of wish I knew his first name so I could say something to him when I go out there. Sorry, so Magic, wow, Queens. I would like to see a little bit bigger raise from that, given the fact that he's got so many people behind him. But let's see how this works out. I can see J-Win calling with his suited connectors. Marcus, Junior Jack would probably fold. J-Win's going to lay it down.
All right.
Oh, we have a caller.
Looks like we got some graphic challenges here. 'cause
Yeah,
that's
I'm
showing Mike
confused.
B, and that's not correct.
Yeah, that's why I said the ace-9 did call, so Mark called.
I can't remember if Mark has the ace of diamonds or not. I think. If
I
he-
thought, yeah, that's
Yeah.
not what he has, but it wasn't. I don't think it was.
Okay.
And that night was when I odd money the triple throw mega.
Not a live team.
That could have easily been the worst day of my poker career. Like one hand goes the wrong way. Like I bet
I kind of asked this question last week to Josh, Mosquito Josh.
Mosquito Joe.
Yeah, no, Mosquito Joe, but his name is. How would you define your playing strategy or your playing style, more or less?
I think it's a little dynamic. I can definitely change things up depending on what variables are in play. Generally, I think I follow a tight, aggressive strategy. I don't think most people would look at my play style and say that I'm on the looser side. But I would say once post-flop happens, I might be a little bit more aggressive than the average person when it comes to trying to take advantage of opportunities, even when I might not necessarily have the best hand. So it's hard. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a nit by any means.
No, I wouldn't say that either.
Yeah. I am a strong believer in aggression is a valuable thing in most spots, and even there'll be times where when I go after the session and maybe talk about a hand with a friend or something like that, they'll be like, I'll be talking about a bet I made on the turn, and they'll be like, oh, that's super thin. And I just think sometimes that if you're not value owning yourself, you're probably not betting enough. So I'd say that's probably my strategy, and you'll hear me talk about the way hands are played as we go through here.
So we do. So Union Jack does have the ace of clubs. He's going to lead out for this.
Pretty large sizing here.
Yeah, he's actually looking for a caller. He's got 2 more streets to hit the nuts per se, but nobody really has much anything. But I don't. I can see on going either way. He does have a club. He does have backdoor straight. Yeah, if anybody's calling, it would be on.
Yeah. So monotone boards, I just don't really see too much advantage in betting large. I don't really see a need to really bet more than third pot, especially multi-way, because it's a spot where your opponent's ranges are going to be so wide, and a smaller bet is going to be effective a large portion of the time. And when you go on the large sizing, it's really inviting your opponent to make correct folds, and they're only going to continue with hands that are doing super well against you. And it's also a little tough there where if you go on a large sizing and then your opponent, they have one of their premium hands and they decide to raise it up, it's going to be that much more costly for you to actually realize your equity if you want to continue, which obviously with the ace of clubs, it's going to be
You put yourself in a bad spot where you have to continue.
Yeah.
With negative EV. If somebody had a small made flush, and at that spot they're just going to jam.
Yeah.
And you're drawing to 30-something%.
Yeah. So I would have liked to see a little smaller sizing on that one, but sometimes it's nice to just put your foot down and just be like, this is my pot, and unless you have it, get out of here. So
I think I saw 2 players flop a pair. Yep. So Magic flops second pair, and Mike B flops top pair. We need to go out there and have Mike B come up with a better name.
there's not even a mic.
There's not a mic
There's just a
to
regular,
necessitate a Mike B.
I think the last couple of weeks there's been a mic in this game also, so that's why he's been rocking the acronym. But he could definitely benefit from a nickname of some sorts. All right, so Magic going to come along with his pair plus gutter. He's going to pick up additional equity with the heart on the turn.
Mark is also, Union Jack is also in there with the backdoor flush draw, but he misses the turn there, and so he is. All right, so it looks like Mike is going to win this if he stays in the pot. Probably no need for him. He's got showdown value. No need for Mike to bet, but Magic's going to go ahead and lead out. He leads out a little over half pot. This looks value-y, like he hit a queen.
Yeah, I'm curious here what his thought process is. I imagine multi-way, he doesn't think his 5 is good.
Yeah, and in that spot, Mike could have easily had a queen in that spot and just snapped him off when he had showdown value. But he takes the pot when he had the worst hands.
Yeah, I'm not sure the way the pre-flop action went. I imagine the king-jack opened it up, but they probably would have been the most likely to have a queen and get there by the river. I actually wouldn't have hated to see a lead there from Mark, but it's so hard to lead into multiple opponents and like expect them to fold.
Yeah, I often don't do it. I try to isolate.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I take into account seriously when it comes to like my decisions to run bluffs, is how many opponents are in the hand. It's just so much easier to get by one opponent than it is two. But sometimes that can play into your advantage, especially when you have a player in the middle that you think is maybe one of the stronger ones of the two. It's that much harder for the middle opponent to call because they have someone behind them that's still to act. So you can occasionally take advantage of that. So we get a suited ace, raise it up to 20. Maybe no straddle this hand. On with 2 cards, so he's going to come along.
Yeah, the ace-6, I'm not a huge fan of. And it looks like on outflops him here. Top pair. Yeah, he's going to definitely just lead out here. And he does this a lot with his bluffs, too, in his second pair and third pairs. If he had a 2 in this spot, he would lead out. So, and these two have played on the stream a few times now. Pretty familiar with each other. So.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that's why Mike decided to go with the check call route. I think against most opponents, if I'm going to open up the suited ace, if I flop a middle pair with backdoor flush draw, I think I'm going to go ahead and bet, especially when the board's so much better for me. We can see in this case he's obviously behind, but I'm just talking in general idea here. And yeah, I think this is just Mike calling down on. You know, it's hard to make a pair, and on doesn't need one to bet, so he wants to try and push this pot. Obviously, on's got the best of it here, though, and this is what he's able to do. He can take advantage of that image because
we've seen him do it. I saw him do it last week or 2 weeks ago. He had a straight flush and got paid.
Yeah. When your opponents know how aggressive you are, you can really move down your range of hands that you can bet for value because you have that many more on the opposite side that's polarizing. And it's going to open your opponent to be a lot wider when it comes to what they're going to have to call you with. So it's really, I mean, it's that balancing effect that everyone likes to talk about.
Well, we've seen On go on some big heaters here lately. So
I mean, I love to see it. If there's anybody that's good for the game, it's a On with a large stack.
I just want to see Lottie and On in a big pot.
Yeah.
And see how that dynamic works out.
We might get one right here. We got pocket eights with 5-4 suited. Those are eligible hands for.
On's definitely calling with 5-4 suited.
For coolers. Yeah. But Jaywin going to do what he does, and that's be aggressive. 2 Broadway cards blocking big hands, which Magic is just going to go ahead and wake up with anyways.
I thought Magic's raise, I thought it was pretty fast, right? Like he didn't think about it. So for me, that's a tell. Like he's got something big. Let's see if Jaywin can pick up on that.
Yeah, and I think I don't know Magic that super well, but I personally don't see him running too many large bluffs from the small blind over 4 players. Like,
or at least any with weaker hands like that. He's not going to make a 4-bet.
And he's 4-betting, so I mean, there's not that many players in the playing pool that are really thinking about four betting.
There's probably just one right now.
Yeah.
Jay win.
Yeah.
Probably does.
I could see Blake maybe doing something
Yeah.
crazy, but there's a difference between doing it heads up versus an opponent that's 3-betting you versus cold 4-betting out of the small blind.
And there's no flop, so
And-
it's pre-flop.
And like, you know, you have to think about small blind only has $2 invested in this point, and they decide to put in 430. So when you start to factor those in together, it's pretty clear that, you know, this is a strong hand. But what are you supposed to do? It's queens. You have to
You
raise
can't
it
just
up.
call because you're gonna have two other. You're just gonna go 4 ways to the flop.
Yeah. And then your queens turn into a set mine.
So on gets re-raised. On's definitely calling this. I'm surprised he didn't 4-bet this.
I haven't
I've
noticed
seen
him
him
to be
fold.
super aggressive pre-flop. Oh, he's just going to flop a jack. Run good on right
And
away.
he checks it. He checks it to the aggressor, which is really good poker. J-Win's not going to fall for that right now. Now there's 2 overs to J-Win's, and On's going to go ahead and lead out. Now flush did get there. No one has a heart. J-Win's going through all the cards that On could have that called.
I think with no 10 of hearts, he's just going to dump this. Yeah. There's just too many things that beat him, and what's he hoping for on the river that he can call down? And obviously we can see in this case he's beat, but even in other instances, it's just there's better boards that he can play that type of hand with.
Williams is saying there's nothing wrong with flatting queens. And sometimes there is nothing wrong with flatting queens. But I think, given the fact that you have the worst position multi-way, and if you call the 100, then you're going to invite the 2 other players to call 100 as well. And now you're going 4 ways to the flop, and then you have to act first. It can be very dangerous.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, there's different ways to playing it. I don't say there's any right way or wrong way. Me personally, I'm always raising there. I'm even raising if I have the button.
Will is sending a message there to me.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. We played a hand earlier that
Okay.
he flatted queens.
Oh, is that Will?
Yeah, that's Will. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't recognize the Will.
Yeah, that's
yeah, he beat me in a couple of pots
Yeah.
today as well.
Yeah.
8 call.
I still don't like flatting queens.
Well, he said, to be fair, after the hand was over, he was like, you know, when you make a call pre-flop and then immediately regret it? I was like, yeah. He almost let me get there, too. So, yeah, probably should 3-bet those next time, Will.
I had a double up with 5-7 suited earlier today. That was
Bet
interesting.
1.
I don't think it was quite a double up, but it was,
Oh, well, it's close.
it was close
It was
enough.
close.
Yeah. It was a well-played hand. Yep, if you guys are not picking it up in the chat, we were playing earlier. Wasn't
What is a 2 and a 3?
yeah.
What do you call that? Dirty diamond.
Our friend Doug's in the chat. He's talking about folding queen is greater 4. I don't know what that means.
He's saying that he thinks that folding queen is a better play, better value than 4-betting queen. In that specific scenario, I would disagree, but carry on, Doug.
I would just look at the players making those bets. You had William, so you have to give him credit for a big hand. On is just in there because he wants to gamble. Jay went. You know, you can't really. It's tough to put him on any hand, and so it's you don't want to go in there. You never want to fold queens. If that's what you're saying, Doug.
That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying.
Who's in the box?
So Jaywen going to open up one of my favorite hands, 9-7 suited, in the +1 position. Looks like he's going to get a call from Optimize, taking advantage of his button with the King-3 of spades. So
I like the play by Blake. Optimize.
So both
looks
players
like-
going to find a pair here. Both with some backdoor equity, very
Probably
similar
gonna go half
hands.
pot, I would think, something like that. There's no draws to think of right here. So when Blake just calls, he's got a piece of this. Although if he had top pair, he'd probably raise it. Now we're going to add a flush draw to Jay Wynn's hand.
6 check.
He's got some equity to the river. Yeah, no reason for Optimize to bet there.
Yeah, don't need to bloat the pot.
Optimizer is hoping Jabin was just c-betting there. Pot's only 137, so. Yeah, Jabin's got some showdown here. They're both just going to go check.
Well played by all there. I'm not sure about the king 3 on the button versus the +1, but
As I always hear, it was suited.
sure, yeah.
But nobody wants to hear my
I'm not
advice at the
sure.
table.
I'm not sure against that specific opponent if that's one that should be in there, but
Yeah, because Jabin's just too tricky, and you just can't put him on a hand. It's just really, really tough. So
Yeah.
you're really just kind of treading lightly there.
The last 2 months,
But it was a small pot, so.
I've either been working or playing.
It's a problem if you're watching too much content.
I'm gonna have a live 10.
Except, of course, for the educational content at pokercoaching.com, right?
Yeah, even then, you know,
A little plug there for pokercoaching.com.
you ever use a coaching site?
Yes, I've used most of them.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Bart Hansen, I finished most of his. Upswing Poker, I did Jonathan Little's too.
Man,
Yeah, I did.
you're dedicated to the development.
I really am. You know, I don't want to say poker is my it's my life, but I do spend
It's your primary
60
hobby.
hours plus a week playing or studying.
That's impressive. Let's see here. I know we had a couple of Broadway cards. I'm going to open it up to 20 over the $10. Yep, okay. Fun hand. Yeah, I've watched some Bart Hansen back in college when I first started kind of trying to play poker
I'm
with
in a
some
lot of his
seriousness.
training videos,
Oh, really?
like on what not to
From
do.
the stream?
Because he just clips them from the stream,
That's funny.
and he analyzes all the hands. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched a training video or anything in probably 3 or 4 years, but I definitely got some foundational strategy from some videos like that. Also YouTube. I love to watch just streams, vloggers that I think have pretty good strategy and just.
Any favorite vloggers? that come to mind?
My favorite vlogger is Nimi, the OG. I just like the way he produces his videos. Mariano is quickly becoming like the best in the game, though.
Out of all the, I've played most. I think I've played with most of the vloggers the last couple of years. I think out of all the vloggers, I think Mariano and Kieran are the best. You know, Kieran, too close to broke. He's not as popular, but
No.
those two are probably the best players that I've played against. And I've only played with Kieran once.
Okay.
He was here at a stream. And
Yeah. Mariano's a really good
He's
player.
really good.
Also a very friendly guy. So it's nice.
Very
It's easy to
personable.
encourage or to.
all of them are friendly, like Rampage and Alexo.
Yeah,
Those guys are.
I actually don't know any of those guys very well. I know who they are, but I've never watched any of their stuff. I've seen them around, though. I know what they look like. Not enough time to watch all those people. I spend too much of my free time watching Monday 2 5 10 stream. So
Magic's got 9-8, and he already folded. So we just got to get caught up here. Mikey wakes up with an ace-6 suited again. I just find it tough to play those type of hands, ace-6 through 9.
I agree.
just don't even play 'em,
Ace
but-
6 through 9 is something that, unless I'm in pretty late position, I'll go ahead and open
Yeah.
it up. But I will, like today, I will put it in my 3-bet range, especially if there's multiple callers in between me and the opener. Like for today, for example, I think like +2 or +3 opened to, they opened to 4x or whatever, and then like 3 callers were in between. I had ace 8 of hearts in the small blind, and I just think that's such a good spot to apply some aggression. One, for a couple reasons. It flops pretty well. It's a hand that you can continue with on a lot of boards, especially if you can get it heads up. It blocks the best hand in poker, which obviously you don't want your opponent to have if you're going to go ahead and bluff 3-bet into them. And you can practically assume that 75% of that dead money is going to just fold out. And when you get to that point, you're just picking up EV in the pot that now you can play with a little bit weaker hands. And it's so often that even if you get a call and you go to the flop, you can just bet the flop and take it down. And that's one place that I've found pretty strong confidence when it comes to like playing hands like that. But A lot of people call with suited aces trying to hit the flush, but it's hard to make a flush.
Yeah,
Like, you're just not going to hit one that often.
All right, let's take a look at the chat here. Huge shout out for Leon. So for the mug game on Sunday, there's going to be some merch, TCH merch. Vic is asking, where's Carolyn? Super producer Carolyn? I'm assuming that's who you mean. I didn't see her today.
I bet she's at home taking care of her
Yeah,
kiddo.
I'm not sure where she's at.
She comments on Thursday, I think,
Every now
traditionally.
and then,
Yeah.
yeah.
So Optimize going to open up ace queen from the low jack. He's going to get 3-bet by Union Jack. Getting aggressive with the queen jack. On going to come along with the 10-8. He is fearless. He does have the button, though.
He's in position, so.
Very powerful. And for once in his life, he's not going to flop the best of it. So we get a 9-3. I was going to say
We're going to
queen.
see a 7 or a jack here. A jack would be fun. A jack would be fun.
This goes check, check. Blank. Is there anything more blank than a 2?
Well, that is in On's range. So.
He was playing 3-2 earlier.
He was, so.
Yeah, that's
And Union Jack knows all too well who are his opponents and stuff like that, so it makes no sense for him to. I mean, he is going to bet. I was about to say it makes no sense for him to bet.
7 bets.
I think if On checks twice, he's I mean,
This is inviting On to do something crazy. I don't think he will, but
I think he would have bet a 9 at this point, you know?
yeah, for sure. You can't put either one of them on a king or a 9 at that point.
No.
So.
Is there a bomb pop button?
William says, don't forget about the beer. You got some beer?
Got some beer.
I think you got one, right?
Got some beer
Yeah.
already, Will.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate that. I personally don't drink.
I'll have one extra for Dante.
There you go.
It's kind of funny. I haven't had a beer in like 2 weeks, and I choose a Monday evening to break the streak.
Are you old enough?
Come on.
Hi, Irina. How are you doing? Good to see you in the chat. We're up to 105. Let me just see how many likes we have. Just give me a second.
105 what?
105 people in the
On the
chat,
stream.
yeah.
Nice.
We have 27 so far.
Pretty standard hand so far. Haven't seen too much. Okay, so he's going by John Joe. He's going to get a little loose, open up the 9-8 off. On, going to come along, carrying that 60+% VPIP that we know him for.
I think last week he got up to 64.
Magic going to call with the friendly 4-3 suited in the big blind. We got low cards here. I bet we'll see Broadway. No.
Someone did have a 9.
Yeah, opener
John
8,
Joe
9.
had a 9. On has a gut shot. He's not going anywhere. Magic has backdoor draws. Oh, he's got a gut shot to a straight and backdoor flush. I can see him continuing here.
He's going to go ahead and rep the ace.
55 is a very smallish bet, but he's going to lay it down. On does not improve. I think a second barrel here is going to work. Now there's 2 overs to John Joe's 9. And I don't know if he's played with On before. I'm sure he's watched the stream, but yeah, On's going to get him off that hand.
Yeah, the second over it doesn't feel great if you have a 9, but honestly, like how often should your opponent have a jack there? So that's not that particularly relevant. I think that bet was, is an ace or nothing. Obviously, he could have a little bit stronger, like pocket 5s, but I wouldn't have been shocked to see the 9 continue there. I often find that opponents, when they're on the button and it's checked to them multi-way, they just feel like they have this moral right to try and bet and take down the pot because nobody has shown any interest in it. and oftentimes they're not. They're doing it a lot with air.
I've seen that too. I'm not a believer in that strategy. But it depends. It's more exploitive for me. It's like who's in the hand. Like
Yeah.
7 raises to 40. 8 folds. 9 folds.
I'm just a big fan of the low suited connectors.
Well, they're
3,
such
5, 4, 5.
they're really
Just-
fun cards because you can. Your opponent's really not going to be thinking about them.
and your decisions are made for you on the flop. You just know if you can continue or not. See, like that board, he's not. Although he was a pre-flop aggressor, On does have a flush draw, and he's just going to lead out on this. He's just going to shut Union Jack down.
He goes big.
Yeah, he goes more than pot size.
It's like 1.4x. Yeah, Union Jack's just got to let it go. I wonder what the name, the origin of that name is.
What, Union Jack?
Union Jack?
What's the name of the flag?
Oh. Not caught up on my British.
Oh, in history?
My British.
Or what,
yeah.
geography, or whatever.
I don't know what a flag falls under. Probably geography, right?
Yeah,
World history?
history, yeah.
Union Jack. Is that the UK flag?
Yeah, it's called the Union Jack.
Not a particularly huge fan of the United Kingdom myself.
I like it in Epcot. Walt Disney. It's a fun pavilion.
Have some crumpets and tea.
I'm a really big fan of the way Mark plays. Union Jack. I'm really bad at sticking to their...
Yeah, I've noticed that. My favorite is your refusal to call Jeff Geo. And he wants to go by Geo here. I know him by his Jeff.
Yeah.
All right, Mike B with the pretty ace-5 suited, one of the most playable hands out there. Over a couple of limpers. Jalen going to continue along with the ace-3 off. See, this is a spot where Jalen's just flexing his post-flop strategy. I would feel no confidence taking a hand like ace-3.
I as well, but he's looking to outplay his opponent,
He's going to flop a backdoor flush draw.
especially when he's got position. Mike does have a pair here, so he's probably going to bet out somewhere around a half pot, I would imagine.
Yeah, especially when the board's so much better for him. He's got all the strong hands here. Top pair, top kicker. Set, top, middle set. King 10.
It's going to be the last drop for 10, double straddle for 25.
And the bet takes it down. I'm actually a little surprised Jalen didn't continue there. If he's going to peel with ace rag, and he's going to flop the backdoor flush.
You get that 5, 10, double
Especially in position, that's a hand that if a heart does come and your opponent slows down, you can really start to turn up the heat or apply maximum pressure on the river.
Not lately.
And still have outs.
Yeah.
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 I haven't played since the last time you took a bunch of my money.
Yeah. I don't know. I go occasionally, but lately just hasn't been my thing, I guess.
Oh, Lottie with the pocket aces, and I don't think anybody has much here. I think he's getting a little heartbroken. I think he just got on.
Well, he's still got on. He's going to limp the aces. I don't hate the limped aces, I will say, blind versus blind.
Did you see? Because it was raised, so on raised it.
Yeah, I would have re-raised.
I would have re-raised there as well.
But
Not much, you know.
I think he's just going to play this passively and try and let on blast off. And that's exactly what he's doing here.
That board is getting really connected, though. I mean, that really does put two pair into range. But I would suspect William to go ahead and raise this just to find out where he's at. I mean, he's got 860 effectively, and On's got 4 times that. Yeah, On doesn't have anything to continue, though. And he doesn't have any.
No more flags.
Let's see a queen.
On's going to make a speculative call here.
So Will's just going to jam.
Yeah, I
in
thought
there.
that was really fast. I mean, I'm a big fan of the pace of calling and betting, and it just looks it's so strong. I mean,
Yeah, just
I mean, On doesn't have anything to call anyway. It didn't matter how long he took, but I just
all you got to do is just take a couple of seconds, and
I'm a count to 3 guy myself.
Yeah.
Every hand you can just count to 3.
yeah. I mean, usually I'm not acting very fast. I don't know if there's too much tell on the pace of play that I go at. I would say I don't try and think about standardizing it though. I'm really not concerned with that. But you'll never see me just ripping all in, unless of course like a guy has already acted.
already all in.
Yeah,
You
I'm
got
not
the
gonna
nuts,
sit.
you
I'm
want-
not gonna sit there and tank. You know.
It would be a slow roll.
I'm much more likely to do the Phil Mickelson, just shove my chips in there.
I don't care about fairness. I just don't want people distracted.
I mean, compared
So we're gonna open up 4.5x with the Ace Jack.
We can't take a look at any kind of stats anybody wants to see right now. Let's take a look at net earnings.
these are swivel chairs. These are the Dallas chairs.
So we're on hand 18.
Yeah, most of this coming from that first bomb pot.
Is it live? Is that live right now?
Yeah, that's the show.
It's
So On is leading the way.
I didn't know
Like you
that.
said, it was that bomb pot. Then we have William kind of arriving. So not a lot of action so far.
I'm sure there'll be more to come.
18 hands played.
Optimize with a nice pocket pair on the button. What a great place to be. He's really hoping for an Ace Jack 5 flop here. And he'll find none of that.
I think he's still ahead, but you
Yeah,
can't
TV
feel good
change
about
on the
that.
live stream. 5 check.
7 bet. 125.
Go ahead and bet, take it down. That's an example right there on the benefit of aggression, right?
He still had his outs on a gut shot if he was called down.
Yeah. Gut shot plus an over.
Right, that's correct.
like you can knock over the
I just thought it was a different stream. I didn't think it was today. Yeah. Buttons right. Live 10.
Still don't have that last seat filled.
Might have to go and hop in there.
I wouldn't mind. I don't want to be in that seat though. What's the list look like? Let's take a look at the list. I know we had a pretty robust.
It showed that it was already has a call.
I usually put the ace of spades, but I was feeling
Oh, wait a second.
Hurt.
showdown. I got 2 ace of spades. I don't know how it happened. It wasn't me.
So we do have 7 people on the list, but they're all call-ins.
7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold.
If only we had a
4 calls. 5 calls. 6 raises to 60.
Go get him. All right, so we're going heads up to the flop here. On versus Jaywin. On looks like he's going to open up the Jack 5. And Jaywin going to go ahead and call with the Ace 10. Pretty standard for both players. On going to benefit and go ahead and flop an open ender. He's going to bet and take it down.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Five 10.
Let's take a quick look at some stats here. We'll start off with analyzing the VPIP. I imagine that On is doing pretty well in that category. Oh,
Yeah.
I hit a wrong button. Help.
It's hard to adjust your stack.
Bigger?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean?
It's a while. It takes a while to adjust to the bet. Oh, next time I bring down
Good. So they fold. So now fold.
Where?
It's down here.
you know, your strategy, everything is the same. My strategy is different. Yeah, it's not.
See two calls. Well, see one goes to 35. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. It didn't interrupt anything.
calls.
It was just what. So,
Five fold.
yeah. If you click, if you
Seven
click that.
fold. Six of hearts in the month.
Okay. Okay.
So if you click something here, just click it again.
Okay.
No, I guess.
Okay, we're back again. Sorry about that there. I was clicking around and clicked the wrong button. So we're back to the action here, and looks like Optimize going to go ahead and open up the King-Queen. Not sure from the hijack, and he's going to get a call from the pocket twos. They're going to go ahead and lay it down. Seeing a lot of open C-bets take it down right away, and hopefully here we can see some post-flop play here as we continue on through the stream. Let's go ahead and give it a try here, what I was trying to do. Let's check out the V-pips. 320 hands here. We can see On is at a towering 78%, with Magic just short behind at half his output.
Yeah, sometimes I want to play.
Now we'll take a look at the pre-flop raising. On still leading the way there, but everyone else more to a reasonable in the 20s. Jaywin right around that 20% range, which is pretty close to what I'd say I might be running on a given day. Dante's back from trying to recruit a 9th player. It sounds like we got someone that's on the way, so that seat should be filled here pretty soon.
Yeah, we do have one of the people that was on the list is going to be here momentarily. Although they're not here yet, so we're 15 minutes behind. And we do have 2 alternates that are playing our normal 2-5 game that'll play if this player does not show up. And they're very, very action, so I'm looking forward to it. I've never seen them on the stream before, so I'm looking forward to those guys playing as well. All right, so we're at hand 22.
Been pretty standard so far. Haven't seen anything,
Yeah.
any too tough of spots or out of line plays, except for maybe a couple of loose calls by one of our stream favorites.
William Waite woke up with aces.
Like the 2-5?
Yeah. No, so I just play cool.
Optimize going to find another playable hand here from the +1. 45 seems to be the pretty standard opening here with the 10 straddle on. I think that's probably a pretty good sizing. I think you could even go closer to 5x when you consider the fact that they're allowing for 400 plus big blind buy-ins. I think it gets a little bit wonky when it comes to opening sizes when you factor that in. A lot of people say 3x is standard, but when you start to factor in the sizes of stacks in Texas, I think that's a number that you can definitely increase. I know, for example, usually I open to 6x in most games. I'll bring it down to 4x though when stack sizes start to get a little bit more manageable, or if a straddle's on, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always opening 4x, 5x myself, and especially in 2-5. I think if there's no straddle, $25 actually seems kind of light. $30 is usually what you'll normally see.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a fun hand. So we got Union Jack versus Optimize, and I did use their cover names.
We're all very proud.
Correctly.
Both going to find a piece here. Optimize only going to bet 100 on the turn. I think that's a spot that he can go a bit larger. especially when you consider all the draws that are out there. When he only bets 55 on the flop, a lot of hands are going to continue, Broadway draws, straight draws, pair or small pairs, and the turn is where you can really start to size up and narrow your opponent's range or charge those draws down. But he is going to get value here again.
I like the bet sizing.
His sizing on the river is great.
I don't think he gets paid with much more. I think Union Jack recognizes that he's got top pair there in that situation.
I have something good, I bet. Pretty simple, guy.
He says, I have something good, I bet. Yeah, that's a great
That's
strategy.
not necessarily true.
That's a great
But
strategy
anyway, I
to
like
follow
that.
for anyone tuning in.
This player
Looks like we get some gambling going on in the chat.
Not you, but anybody.
Hope everyone's having some run good.
There's not a lot of bluffs.
Some GG Ragners.
this player.
Want me to get you a tissue or a diaper?
I wonder how many points I have. I think I have 8.
I don't think I've never done the chat.
I just keep. I've never won one, so I've lost them all.
I mean, like I've kept this New York niche that for 2.5 years, and I mean, I bought people's pants off out in Vegas.
So you're saying you've been playing tight all the way just so that way you can deceive Vegas players?
T1 bet 25.
It's a good concept.
Okay, I have 10 points. I want to gamble all 10 of them.
I think you should.
Yes, that's what I'm going to do.
6 call. 7 fold.
Let's see if I won.
No, that's why everybody's optimal.
So we're going 5 ways to the flop here, as people like here around here like to say. Texas heads up. And everyone's going to whiff. Magic with the best of it with the pocket twos, but we can see just how little equity he has. Everyone ranging around that 15 to 20% right now, so this is a spot that whoever decides to start betting could just go ahead and take this down. I don't think there's any 4s out there, but Jaywin is going to pick up the backdoor diamond draw. I think 5 ways here it gets a little sticky, but I could see him start betting in this scenario. The problem is he was in such late position that you would think that if he had a strong hand on the flop, he'd go ahead and start betting.
Someone got a boat here.
Oh yeah, he's going to find the diamond.
That is a sick card. I actually don't think Jaywin raises. I think he just calls here.
6 call.
Hey, and he.
Yeah. I see a lot of people raising that spot.
I think
some
I would
games.
raise,
Yeah, I just
but it's like if you raise, what are you targeting? A worse
a
flush?
6, but a 6 would have got
A
found out.
6 would have
yeah.
bet on the turn, I imagine.
An ace would have bet on the turn, so that 2 is when the betting started.
Yeah. I guess it worked out for Jaywin not betting the turn. I think that's one of those spots when that's an example of multi-way. It's tough to start running bluffs at any point. Did you win?
No, I didn't do it right. They're telling me how to do it. Put all after gamble. Isn't that what I did?
You have to say how many points you want. So
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I've
Yeah.
just been losing so much. All right, let's try it again.
Oh, you're a winner.
Oh, I won 20. I got an 83.
Oh, wow, you won 20. So
Yeah.
how's it work?
I won 20.
Yeah, but it's like if it's above 50, you win 10, right?
Something, yeah. The,
You
the
win.
higher the number, the more points you win.
If it's above 75, maybe you get double. I think if it's like above 95, you get like 10x or something like that. Maybe the chat, someone could let me know.
Thank you, Chad. I think it's the first time I ever won.
Shout out. It's got to be a good feeling just continuing that run good from the table.
Yeah, I'm on a 16-game session win streak.
That's insane.
If you don't count that bomb pot game I played last week. Bomb pot table, that was a mistake.
I was on a nice little I had won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of my last 8 until losing today. So it happens. It happens. Mike in a flop top pair with the best kicker possible. He's going to go ahead and bet. This is a pretty large pot here. Looks like on might have been the pre-flop. So he called. He's going to go
He's
ahead.
got 2 overs. Now he's got a gut shot with 2 overs. So I don't think on is going to go anywhere. Mike's not really afraid of that board. Sure, with on, 8-10 is there, but I'd
so
probably
is
like to go big on this.
So is
Jack 9,
King Jack,
something like
Queen Jack, Jack 10, 9 8. There's just so many more hands than just the 10 8. And he's going to get there with the queen. On just continues to run.
Stack to pot ratio is now almost just 1 to 1, but I don't think he's going to get any money. Oh, he just checks it down. And Mike is saying, you called me all the way down with a gut shot in 2 overs. I don't think that was a bad play. I think that's, I mean, it's a lot to call, but
You're gonna add on 1,000.
See, 9 is added on 1,000.
and Mike is going to add on here another 1,000. It seems like.
I think I see the pink chips already in there.
Any, I think all these players are really good. Is there any particular player that you're a fan of? Let's put you on the spot there a little bit.
At the stream right now? Or
On the stream right now?
I mean, I really enjoy playing with Blake. I think he has a solid strategy. I think he's a nice guy, very friendly, and I respect Jaywin a lot. I mean, the stuff that he does is pretty. There's not a lot of people that play in some of the games that he plays in, and you know he displays it even in his vlogs. Shout out Jaywin Poker. Just the in-depth level of thinking that he goes to. So you know, those are 2 guys that I really respect their game. I mean, I admire On to the highest degree because he just has a willingness to get in there and fight for pots. And I can definitely say that he never comes and leaves the poker room bored, that's for sure. And he's going to go ahead and flop bottom set here, where Mike
And
B...
he checked it, right? He did check it.
Mike B is going to flop a pair plus a flush draw.
Mike B flops the world here.
Yeah,
right?
is there like a
So-
better feeling than flopping a pair plus flush draw?
And then it doesn't improve. Because Curry's currently behind.
Yeah.
And I think, did On just call or raise? No, he just
Yeah, he
called.
just
I like
called.
that. That check raise is too strong right there.
Especially on an ace-king-2 board.
I think this is a point where he has to bet.
He's going to lead, which I don't really love the lead because the 10 doesn't really do too much for him. So it's like, what are you representing here?
I mean, Queen Jack. No.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's the only thing. I mean, and On does call with gut shots like that, or, yeah. Of course, we all know Mike's not going to go anywhere.
And
Plus never gets there
there's the
sometimes.
brick that you're talking about.
Yeah, it only gets there 30% of the time.
Yeah, I think
This is where On's, yeah, he gets called. And this is where On's reputation gets him paid.
Yeah.
He gets called relatively light with just an ace, no kicker. And the pot wasn't huge, but it's still it was still almost $800. So
I think he won more than 367 there. I think that
it
graphic.
did feel like he did, right? Because he
Yeah.
bet 175 on
And
the
it
turn.
was four ways to the flop. So I think the graphics might have been a little messed up there. On going for highest VPIP on stream. I definitely think that is in jeopardy here. Do you know what the highest is ever?
Yes.
What is it?
There was DQ.
Oh yeah.
He was 86% went for him.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I think that was the highest. That's what we
Yeah, I've never had.
I was on that stream.
I've never had the chance to play with DQ.
It's the worst feeling.
Yeah.
Like he raised me blind. I mean, I guess you want that, but in the moment, it doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, it's definitely it leads to some confidence. You almost
So-
would rather your player know what they have.
It was the stream with Brad Owens and Andrew Nemi.
Oh,
here
that's fun.
last year. Yeah.
That must have been
And DQ and E McKenzie
that must have been well watched.
and Mosquito Josh. I think he was in there as well.
This sounds like a great game.
It was.
Josh is probably a top 3 table talker for me.
Have you ever played with J-Stack?
I'm not sure.
He's a TCH level. He used to play all the streams last year, but he lives in Killeen. Everybody's very familiar with him. He's kind of like ultra aggressive, plays any 2 cards, and just talks it up.
Yeah, I like being at tables with people that like to banter. I come over here to, hang out, play poker obviously for the main part, but there's a degree of just social factor that's really fun. So I enjoy tables that are ready to chop it up. So Mike gonna go ahead and open the Queen 9 suited from the hijack, and up to this point he's not gonna get any callers, but On is gonna come along with the 6-5, and so is Jay with the Ace-3. So a few middling hands here.
I see a 5 and a
6. Run better On. And Mike gonna go ahead and check it back. Bad board for him.
He doesn't improve with
Yeah,
that
he's not going to
turn.
turn much with the jack, but he's going to be thankful that he doesn't.
With On's hand, it just looks like one pair holdings here. And Jalen kind of reads right through that and then elects to fold his bottom pair there.
On is scooping pots here. So far he's played 27 hands, and he's been able to win 12 of them. That's a remarkable win rate. And we can see it in his 2,000 in earnings up to this point. So we could be on for a legendary run here if that can continue.
And I believe this is like the 3rd or 4th straight stream where he's done that. I mean, 72 is actually really high for him. It's usually in the 60, 64.
Well, yeah, he was at 76 here just a few minutes ago, so he's slowed down just a little bit.
I've only played with him once on stream. I've kind of stopped doing streams myself.
I've never played with him on the stream. I have played with him off the stream a couple of times. One time I didn't even know about his legendary status.
Well, interest rates are going higher. Like loans are getting tightening up, so it's like how many people with credit?
So we're off to a bomb pot here. Everybody's favorite game, it would seem like. I think that's the #1 question I hear at the table is who has the bomb pot button.
Yeah,
Where's
it's
the bomb
definitely
pot
really
button?
well liked, especially like at the lower stakes games. I like him though because for a couple of reasons. I find that it really drives action within the game. Promotes people to have larger stacks and be more active. And I think that that's a benefit for a couple of reasons, but I think they can get a little tedious sometimes because they just take so long usually, especially like if you have one back-to-back as the dealer comes in and then you have it again on like the normal bomb pop
that's true,
rotation.
yes.
But I'm not going to complain too bad.
I mean, I'll be honest, I prefer no bomb pots. But once I'm at the table, I'm looking forward to them. But the reason why I don't prefer bomb pots is it's total variance. It's just total. I don't want to say it's total luck because there is a strategy. Maybe I haven't figured it out yet, but it just seems really high variance for me. But I think for me, I'm only playing like the nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say I previously only played the nuts. I've started to loosen up a little bit more recently, especially if I have a couple of things on both boards and I think I can get it heads up. But that's putting yourself prone to get scooped. And I think a general strategy, pretty solid strategy to follow is just like try to never get scooped, and you can see what happens. It's also really hard to measure if you're good at, because like they're so irregular, and it's not like you can track like how much money you put in bomb pots separately and see like, am I a
You can in your app.
yeah, but it's like
That's tedious.
do I really want to track every $5 ante I have to put in there?
I don't. I started tracking if I won the pots, not the $5 ante per se, but just the win loss on if I'm in there. Outside of the $5 ante, but
I mean, you just factor in if you lose too.
yeah. So
That's way too much.
I stopped doing it because it was just too
yeah,
because I forgot. Oh, I
the
put it in
$5 ante's big too.
Yeah, it is big, but
I mean,
that's
if-
the one thing I didn't.
If
really
you
track.
that's $50 a session
yeah.
probably. You know, you're probably playing one every 30 minutes. At minimum, you're playing one every 30 minutes. So that's 2. If you play for 5 hours, that's 10, and then you probably play another 8 in rotation. So that's nearly $100 in bomb pot antes that you have to factor in. So
Oh, Mike B had a straight flush draw here. He
bricked it.
just misses everything.
William gonna find the ace on the end. He's gonna take it down.
We were talking about players. You know, and I'm really impressed with the way Union Jack plays. I think he's got the right level of aggression with.
Yeah, I've had the chance to play with him a bit. It's actually been like 5 or 6 months probably since I've played with him last. He's definitely an aggressive player. I think he's a little bit wider than I am probably in terms of like hand selection, but he'll definitely put you in spots to make you make a decision for not small amounts of money usually. Hopefully we see him getting a couple of big hands here this afternoon or this evening. I'm all messed up, disoriented time right now. Been here for too long. Here it is, ace 8. Jaywin gonna take a page right out of my playbook. Raise it up. You love to see it.
I just think it's the wrong opponent. This a pre-flop laydown after he raised. Yeah, it is.
There it is. So Jaywin gets on to fold a hand. What a moment.
All right, the straddle is on. I think we're going to probably see that the whole game.
Get the fuck out of my pot, Ray.
Good hand.
Oh, good hand. Oh, coming to the right way.
2, 5, 10 effectively. Still waiting for that 9th player to come in. Mike B wakes up in the straddle with Jack 8 suited. Guess it could be worse there, but I like that holding. Optimized limps with 7-5 suited. Like to see a little raise from that. Now he's going to invite somebody else to raise this. Jaywin's going to call the $10, and this is where Union Jack is going to make the squeeze here. I expect around 60 to 70. He's going to go 75. Magic with 9s. Is he going to raise this? He just calls. He is in position against the pre-flop aggressor. And now we're looking at optimize. Is this a back raise? Is it a check raise? It is. I love this play. 7-5 has a lot of playability on the flop. He feels like maybe Union Jack getting out of line a little bit with a squeeze play there. Yeah, Mike. Pocket 9s should have. Would like to see a call or even a jam there. I mean, it's easy for me to say we can see the cards, but 9s are a really strong hand. What do you guys think? Do you think the 9s should have jammed there? I don't like the 9s just calling that bet.
5-10.
Just a really nice, well played, well timed play by Optimize.
He does that. Reads them both, and then one goes away.
Carlo, how are you, sir? Good to see you in the chat. All right, back to the action here. We have John Joe raising a 35.
Cancel.
Again, I think it's really good sizing. I think it's the standard sizing with the straddle in play. Might elect to raise this up around 250 or something like that. Let's see,
Stop going after they started.
270. So it's a little large.
Yep.
So it's another $175 to John Joe. Don't really see him calling.
Oh, Brandon?
On does have a pair. I could see him calling this.
Yeah, that's right.
He's really looking to set mine. Doesn't know that he's actually ahead at this point. On does have position, which I think is so undervalued at times. They always have people at the lower stakes. I hate to say lower stakes, but people at the lower stake game doesn't really value position as much. Mikey is totally with this flop. He's looking to get a showdown with his ace high. Don's recognizing this with his pair. Denies any equity he may have had at the river. Takes the pot down. On wins another pot. It's becoming a theme. It was like that last week and the week before, I think.
Aesthetically speaking, everything. I just also like
Waiting for Optimize to put in his straddle.
I think he's actually in the big blind.
You're right. He's in the big. So John Joe's in the straddle.
Yep.
There he goes.
He's got it out there.
Well, if this player doesn't show up, we're going to have to put you in the game.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You'd be in the worst seat, though.
Yeah, on my
You want to be
left.
in Mark's seat. You want to be in Mark's seat. Can definitely see Union Jack's plan here. He's constantly raising his premiums. And he's using position as well. I've seen that a lot lately. His range is opened up wider as he gains position on the other players.
So 6 is going to flop the best of it here. Got to be feeling pretty decent about that flop. Union Jack going to try and go ahead and get any of these hands that whiff the flop to get out of here. See, this is a spot right here where you have opponent behind you. You're not really sure what to do. I think heads up, it's an easy call.
Yeah, he made it 70% pot size bet, which is a little large. Given the fact he doesn't have anything on this flop, he's looking to really get people out of there. On's got 2 overs, so no worries for him.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make the call.
Well, he's running like the sun. He just feels like, what can he do?
That 8 really helps out Blake in this situation. It's less likely any of the opponents have an 8.
Yeah, but when he gets a caller behind him, he's not feeling great. I think when this goes check, he'll be feeling a lot better.
Yeah, if any of his opponents had an 8, they'd have to bet this, given the fact there was a flush draw out there at this point. Except for Union Jack. He was the pre-flop aggressor, so it's he could have hands like 8-9 suited, something like that, 7-8 suited.
He's going to keep up the pressure. And this is going to be a really difficult call for...
Is that 250? I can't really
Looks
tell.
like about 270, 290.
So not a huge bet. I think Optimize has to call here. If he was good on the flop, he has to be good on the turn, and most likely. He's probably thinking maybe an overpair.
He's going to turn his sixes into a bluff. And I really like this play because at this point, how many strong hands does Union Jack have? Like you said, 8-9.
Yeah, 8-9 would be 8-9 or 7-8 is it. I like the play because if he just calls there, now he has to face aggression on the river, and it's probably the same amount of money to call. So he gets his information right away and takes down the pot.
It's not a bluff then. That's just equity protection. Nice hand.
But I think I'm only getting called by that.
Now, when you get called by better, then you bluff. And then he goes.
Lap 10, double straddle,
He always has it here. There's no bluff here.
I thought Mark was going to do it.
I was thinking about it. I don't think he's got red. I don't think he's got
Lottie's been kind of quiet. He has had aces. Really want to see some run good for him. He's just probably in the worst seat in the house. He's got On, Jaywin, and Mark to his left. The three most aggressive players by far at the table, so he is treading lightly. He hasn't really had any hands to play outside of those aces and ace-king. I think he had ace-king once. Jaywin, love that hand, queen-10 suited. He's going to bump this up from a straddle of 20. It's good sizing there. Could have gone a little bit bigger as well, but Mike B raised to 300. Union Jack just called with ace queen. Mike B's, that's ambitious.
Why so much?
Yeah, I think he's trying to take advantage of knowing that Jaywin's going to go ahead and open up a lot of hands and then the call in between. So the dead money, that might be a factor in there.
Well, On's not going anywhere. Well, I guess nines are not good at this table.
I'm pretty surprised he laid down the nines there.
It'd be tough. Maybe it's the fact he had two players behind him.
I think this is a spot where stack sizes are going to be coming into play. Mike with less than 100 big blinds effective. So it's really difficult to play a hand like queen 10 suited out of position versus opponent that has that small of a stack size. Yeah, that makes sense. And this is a spot that I'm interested in. This is the problem with just the flat calling ace queen, especially in a game that's going to see as much three betting as this one is. Now, like, you're just navigating post flop in an inflative way with a hand that
and he's out of position too.
It's pretty good, but it's just so commonly dominated.
It's just ace king so many times there.
And a 3-bet pot, ace 10 is just going to go ahead and bet this spot. I see sizing like 250, 300. Oh, he's going to check it back. Feels like ace high might be good enough.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I think Mark's going to recognize. Union Jack is going to recognize this spot.
Yeah, because it's like 10, 10, 10, Jack, Jack, Queen, Queen. All those bet this flop.
Ace King definitely bets his flop. So
yeah, I just think
Mike is probably thinking that flop favors Mark or favors Union Jack more than him. So
yeah, I mean, it definitely does.
Yeah, so
Don't get me wrong. To call 5, 8, 7.
That board is so connected. I see this going check, check.
Closing in on.
If you'd have put me to the test, I might call 5 or 6 times.
I think Union Jack played that a little unconventional, but,
Yeah,
but he got the job done. So.
Unexpectedly passive hand there. I was expecting to see some continuation on the turn there, or on the flop.
I think Mike's image is fairly known now. I think the players are thinking he's snug. When I actually don't think, I think he splashes around a lot and makes some aggressive plays, but I think his table image is fairly snug, so they're giving him they're really giving him a lot of credit.
They didn't give 2 jack cracks. No live stream. Can't quite get it together.
And of course the pocket nines with him. All right, we have a couple of uninspiring hands here. King 6, King 5. Union Jack's going to lay down a monster.
I love it when the AC is on. No,
Pull up some stats here. Has Magic has got 2.5K. Did he
I always wear a hoodie.
did he win a big pot or did he just chip up? Let's
Wearing a hoodie.
take a peek.
I could hardly go anywhere that wasn't everywhere was
Magic is up $100, so he bought in for more. On is our big winner right now. It's over 2K. Optimize and William also showing profits, and Jay wins down 2K, and Mike is down 1.5.
I'm from a Giants suburb.
Let's compare a couple of opponents, opposite opponents. We're going to go with On. We're going to go with Magic.
Basically nothing.
Let's see.
Watch them have
Let's see what those players are looking like here. So, hands one. On has got 14 hands. 68% VPIP to Magic's 28. Pre-flop aggression.
Super low for Magic.
Yeah, he's
He hasn't
looking
had
to get it in with some good hands.
he hasn't had too many strong hands though, so
Well, he laid down those nines. And then one hand.
I might have missed that one. I don't remember that.
He was in the small blind, and it went. He limped in. Optimized limped in with 7-5 suited, and then someone raised it, and he 4-bet it to 300 something with 7-5 spades.
Optimized it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
missed
he
that
had
hand.
nines, and he just folded.
I missed that hand for sure.
So let's say spring.
Balancing the limp raise strategy from Optimize.
Yeah, he's starting to mix it up.
I hate the limp raise strategy.
I do it with just aces. I know. Insert your comment here. I've done it a lot on the stream with just aces.
Not even queens?
Well, I did that too.
Yeah,
But that's
Yeah. You almost never see me play a limp pot, so it's really not. Like, if I'm limping, open limping, like, alarm bells should be going off, honestly.
it always should be. And I only do that when I'm under the gun.
Yeah.
Was that mine?
Yeah, this is yours.
population of the city is just this graph that follows price almost directly.
Well, we're flying through hands here, that's for sure. Only 90 minutes in, and we've already just up to hand 40. I think usually we only get around 80 to 100 in a stream, so
100 would be nice.
we haven't seen too much thinking needing to happen. It's just been pretty straightforward.
Yeah, well, or they lost them and now they're playing poker. Yeah, maybe.
There we go. There we go.
That time it was very expensive.
Eight fold.
John Joe going to go ahead and open up the 5-4 off. He's going to get looked up by On with the King 4 suited variety. I imagine Mark's going to come along with the 3s, and he does. John Joe with an amazing flop of ace high with the open ender. He's going to be able to rep that ace.
While still having a really good draw.
Six of spades, seven clubs, ace of diamond. All right, cool.
On does have some backdoor
He-
equity, but
It checked around. I think this is a significant mistake. You have to rep the ace there.
now it's too late. You can't rep the ace now.
And the benefit of that is that, one, your opponents are going to fold a lot of time, which I think in this scenario they would have. Secondarily, you're drawing to a hand that if you do hit your hand, now you have a larger pot in place that you can play for. And obviously there'll be times that you're not going to hit your straight, but you want to be able to balance your betting strategy so that when you do have an ace there, you can bet for value and get paid for it. But he likes to check. On going to turn an open ender with a 5, and he's going to start betting because he has something. He's going to get called by Union Jack with the pair plus gutter, and we're going to head to this river because John Joe now also has the same pair plus gutter, a little bit stronger than the 3s.
Oh,
And the 3s are going to
threes
get
hit
there. 2 pair
John Joe does have 2 pair.
for John Joe. How many threes can you put your opponent on here either?
I mean, an 8 also wins, but it'd be interesting to see if Union Jack elects to raise this. That screams straight.
I don't think he will. I think he'll just call. Yeah. You almost never see opponent raise the bottom end of a straight.
I just have a straight.
Yeah, just a straight. That's going to be pretty good. It's a nice hand there for Mark. What's his shirt say?
Something RRA.
Cora? Jaracora? I don't know what that means. Interesting.
I think last week Union Jack was our big winner. Him and On, I believe.
Nice. Yeah, I remember you guys were taking bets on who you thought it was going to be. That's a tough line to set. There's just poker's so variable. Even the best winner is going to lose 17% of the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have lost. I'm just on a little bit of an upswing here.
It's an amazing feeling. So this is the strongest premium we've seen here in a few hands. John Joe going to go ahead and open up the 9s. Will going to fold the Queen 10 suited. Well deserved of his New York Knit name. That's
for 55 and you're in position. That's almost a mandatory call.
Yeah, that's terrible. Especially as a hand so playable. But onwards. We're on to hand 39 now.
I'm trying to dial it back to 2.
Been hitting 3 lately.
I've been doing 4.
Practically a full-time player.
Yeah, the wife got 3 express.
Still don't see that.
I fully know.
New player?
Yes.
I hear Billy. I've seen him on the stream before. All right, let's see if Will can redeem himself here and go ahead and open up the pocket 8s to 35. He's going to get an immediate call from On with a not a much weaker hand, but a weaker hand than the Queen 10 suited. A King 10 off. A little less playability there, but stronger in hand value. Mike with Ace 10 in the straddle. Elects to just go ahead and call, I think, versus Lottie, who we just saw didn't even come along with the Ace 10 or the Queen 10. This is a hand that you don't necessarily want to go off and start 3-bet bluffing is. But I do think Ace 10 off in the straddle is a pretty solid hand to put within your 3-bet bluffing range. Lottie going to go ahead and bet out on this 5-5-7 board. He's pretty happy with the overpair. He's going to bet for just under half pot, and he's going to go ahead and take it down right away. So yet again, another raise, C-bet, take it down spot. We've seen a lot of that tonight so far. What's going on in the chat, everyone? Hope you're all having a great night. I'm enjoying a Coors Banquet currently. Anyone enjoying a nice beverage themselves? One of the players I was playing with earlier left these for me to enjoy during the stream. So hope you guys are finding the chance to have a nice beverage yourself.
I am open to the idea, but we are not.
And we're going to keep along here. So 2-5-10. No limit Texas Hold'em. We're going to see a call from On with the King 7 off. Fold, fold, fold. And a raise to 65 from Union Jack with the Jacks. Nice premium hand there. He's going to get it immediately called by On. And we're going to take this to the flop streets. Jack Jack versus King 7. Let's see if we can see some action on the flop. I see a 7 in the window with a jack, so Union Jack going to go ahead and flop top set here. And the flop is Jack 9-7, not 9-6-7.
7 bet 75. 5 raised to 170.
So the action here went limp by on. There we go. It looks like we're catching up here. Limp by on, raised to 60 by Union Jack. And this is the dream. You flop the second nuts, and your opponent just goes and raises into you. So he's going to call. A king here. This is going to be blood.
This is, yeah, so it looks like he has 2 pair, right?
2 pair for on.
On's got to be thinking he's good here. I mean, what really beats him, obviously, his set does. It's tough to put your opponent on his set. Those are so sneaky.
I think this is a spot here that Union Jack needs to start raising. There's just so many hands that can continue, and there's so many cards on the river that can kill action. But he's going to call. Let's see if he'll be rewarded. Well, he gets a blank on the river.
The best card would have been a 7, right?
Yeah, yeah, for Union Jack for sure.
Yes.
I could see on going quite large here. Oh, he just calls with the set of jacks.
Oh, what is he? I don't.
Scared of the straights.
Queen 10, 10-8.
Understandable, but
he definitely would have got paid there. I just went out there. They do have that seat is filled now, so we'll see that in about 10 minutes.
Nice. Looks like somebody. Oh, that's Will. Oh, looks like someone's sitting down right now.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
I always go to more.
Looks like How.
I can't read. How is on the list? Yeah.
He plays pretty frequently. V-Dog.
Yeah, it's V-Dog.
No idea.
Roughly, what's that roughly?
Smells like pizza in here.
It's like 35 right now.
I got a good sense of smell. Looks like we got some Via.
It's been a long time since I've had pizza.
They get you guys that? Via, dude. You ever had Via?
No, I didn't even heard of it.
Via 313 is
What is that?
unreal pizza.
Oh, it's. I generally don't eat pizza. Can affect my health.
Bad dairy or what?
No.
What's bad in it?
Well, carbohydrates.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'll take one. Thank you.
All right, so see what we got here. V-Dog. I thought it was V-Dog. My apologies. I haven't seen a $15 raise in a while. It's more like a 1-2 raise. Even in 1-2, it's $20. 15 to 20.
Yeah, usually I open to 15 and 1-2 if there's a limper. It's kind of my standard. So V-Dong going to come in right away and get things started. With the king-queen off. He's going to whiff. Let's see if he decides to go ahead and continue. Magic going to flop.
He's got the world here, right?
Flush draw,
He's got a combo
open-ended.
draw. Yeah, he's got to lead out. I would just.
Well, he's on the button here.
You can't bet when you get there. You got to start building that up.
Blake going to come along with pair plus straight draw. I don't mind it.
His draws are worse. He's just going to a gutter here. Of course, Magic's the opponent has 2 of his outs already taken by his opponent. That's where I like to see a big bet by Magic. He hasn't been too active lately, so he's going to get a lot of credit here.
Yeah, you can take advantage of that image.
Yeah, I mean, I would make it a full-size pot.
And he's going to check. He could use a few
Interesting
lessons
strategy,
from the Dante
Cotton.
School of Poker.
No, we can't.
And the 6, the 7's going to get there. See, I think both of those hands probably would have folded out if he would have bet the turn.
I agree. So they're both sharing. So they're going to chop this pot.
I'll be curious to see if Union Jack decides to raise this here.
think he's just going to call this. Although he should raise.
I mean, how many
$300, right?
How many 9-7s are in there? Yeah, he's going to raise.
I would probably do like 350, 400. I'd make it bigger. I don't. What does he like to go with? 325 for one. So it's a smallish raise. Obviously, optimizing not going anywhere. This might be just a call. Yeah. What else is Mark re-raising there with? Without the 7 at least. So. So they both win $34.
Actually, the last job was fully remote.
V-Dong is now at 100% pre-flop aggression.
We don't even have him on the list here yet.
Oh, he's not? Really?
Not yet.
Oh, he's right. He bought it for 4K.
Oh, he's in now.
Yeah.
They just added him. So let's check out some V-pips here.
V-Dong leading the way.
On needs to step up his game here. 100% frequency. As you can see, he's
getting out-on.
He's only played one hand. So let's see if that continues. That would be quite impressive if one of our new players could. He hasn't stepped up to the action of the game, and
he is straddling.
With
so
a straddle,
he
exactly.
got that memo quickly.
Yeah. Have you ever played with him?
I've never seen him before.
I've never seen him.
Yeah. I like to think I've played with most people
It is for him.
here in the Austin area. He's buying in deep, though. He's got 4K.
Yeah, he's buying in very deep.
Magic's going to raise his 8-7 suited. I like it. Again, he hasn't played a lot of hands, and I think he's going to get credit here.
Agreed. I think his sizing's pretty solid, too, over a hijack raise.
And it's okay to get one caller. That's not bad at all. You do have position on almost everybody at the table at this point in this hand. So King 10 of hearts would be juicy, but we're not going to get that. We have some backdoor straight possibilities for Magic, and he's going to c-bet this. And I like the way Union Jack just checks his top pair. Well, oftentimes you'll see people just donk lead out when they hit the top pair, and it's pretty telling. So now we have a gut shot for Magic.
He's going to go ahead and continue repping that king. Unfortunately, he's picked a less than ideal time to start turning his image up here.
I think, yeah, when he gets called on the flop, I think this is just a check. Now you get to see a river. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Union Jack raises this, and now you don't get to see the river.
I'd be a bit surprised by a raise in this specific holding, but I think in general I wouldn't be surprised to see raises with the hands that your opponent's continuing with. He's going to brick off. I'll be curious to see what he does here. His opponent took a few minutes to think about what he was going to do on the turn.
Pot somehow got to $1,100, so he knows 8 high is not going to win it. He'd have to make it very polarizing in that $900, $800.
Oh, he checks back. He gives up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going to rip it. What am I going to do? I can't.
It's good to see Magic fighting for that pot anyway, though. So just ran into top pair there.
Yep, it happens. Earlier today, I decided to fight for a pot, ran into 2 pair. It's just the way that it goes sometimes.
Even though they have every moneymaker.
I think the last couple months, what I've learned in poker, what I've tried to do better, that I think has gotten my poker game better, is I've learned to fold. That's a big deal.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Oh, we did? Yeah.
About a week ago.
I think that's my biggest.
I don't think that's something I've quite learned yet.
Thin value betting is also another one, but
yeah, I definitely have learned the thin value bet. That's not a problem for me. Too thin of value is sometimes a problem for me. I think you benefit when it comes to the value betting. You can just there's not that many players that are going to find creative bluffs on the river in the lower stakes games. So
gonna be in San Francisco.
Like if you have a good hand and there's hands that somebody's like going to call down with, you can just bet, you know, certain amounts to really narrowly target that because you know they're not going to take advantage of you and like raise the river unless they're really strong, and then which you can just fold pretty confidently. Like those kind of spots, folding like is fine for me. But anytime a player like runs a weird line, like something doesn't make sense, you know, the story doesn't quite add up, that's just a spot that I'm practically never folding if I have a strong enough hand, because it's just like I see too many people just do things that make no sense. But yeah, folding can save you a lot of money. It's a 0 EV play actually, so a lot of times, like if you're in between, it's sometimes the way to go. But we'll see. So we got a couple of hands that interact with each other here, and they're both.
I was going to say I saw the jack in the window.
Flop a pair.
Might be no one with a diamond, so this will be interesting. Both have backdoor straight draws. Mike B also has a backdoor flush.
Yeah, optimize not going anywhere.
That was second pair. You expect. Although I can't remember who the pre-flop aggressor was. I think it was.
I think it was Mike.
Was it Mike?
Yeah, makes sense. Just
flush gets there. It's a good spot for Optimize to bet this.
yeah, it's another one of those spots. So it's like you have a middling hand. Are you going to turn your hand into a bluff?
Yeah, this is probably going to go check. That was an action killer. We got a question about the table. Looks so weird. I'm not sure. I know it's a new table, like 6 months old, something like that.
Yeah, I think even a little less than that, maybe.
We got a new table because we had an older table, and two, we got new readers. We also got the ability to do double board bomb pots, and we can read those now. So this table is much more advanced, and the whole system out here is a lot better. You can also. The players have got the TV right behind them that shows if they've scanned their cards or not. So it's also good information, so we're able to not miss any of the cards that are in play most of the time.
So we got a question about Lottie's VPIP, so we'll go ahead and pull these up here. We can see that Lottie's actually not at the bottom of the list. John Joe is going to occupy that, but both of them are teetering around that Lottie line, so to say. So let's see if we continue forward here, that they start to play any more additional hands. I haven't seen John Joe make anything too egregious of a fold when it comes to tightness. The Queen 10 suited, though.
From Lottie.
We're going to chalk that one up towards the New York
He's
net.
just been playing a lot of tournaments.
Yeah. Not as strong as a cat tournament hand as it is in cash.
Vidong. Going to raise this up. He's already looking to get active and aggressive. He's missed the first hour and a half or 2 hours or so, hour and a half. So he's going to splash around. I like it. Good for the vlog. He misses this flop. On does flop a pair, which is going to be good enough for him to call. It is apparent to me that Vidong has not played with On before.
I don't know. I think if you're going to open up 7-4 of clubs, this is a flop you got to bet.
You do have some backdoors. Now
it's tough. It can go either way because like your opponent obviously could have diamonds, but you're most likely to have an ace. So I don't hate the continue. I think you definitely shut it down if you get a call here. For which On is going to raise it up and let Vidong know this is my pot. And this is On. He actually does a really solid job of taking a look at the board and saying what can I represent here, and it doesn't even matter what his cards are. He's going to do that. And it's amazing if you have a really strong hand, and it sucks if you don't. And obviously Vidong there had basically bottom of his range, but the point still holds.
Captain Underpants is suggesting that the next time there will be a clear tabletop with sharks. And the sharks will not be at the table, they'll be in the tank. And it's weird because the table doesn't quite look that fluorescent when you're at the table.
Yeah, I think it's the
It,
lights.
it really just it appears like there's lights underneath it almost. I have not seen John say a word this whole stream. Keeping it very to himself.
He didn't say anything when I was at the table
Yeah.
with him either.
Jay Wynn, I like the hand.
Here we go. Lottie found a
William
hand that he
Lottie.
wants to play.
So, red flag should be going off for everybody. These are the hands that are going to bust kings, though. So I did see a 6, yeah. Jay Wynn does have a 6.
He's going to go ahead and put the pressure on Lottie right away because he knows that Lottie's never going to have an 8 or a 9 here. Or an 8 here. He pretty much confirms that by just calling. I'm going to come along with the backdoor nut flush draw. He's going to spike an ace. On does not stop when it comes to his run good. And it continues here. He officially has the best hand. Jaywin's going to check and give up after getting 2 callers on the flop. William is hating his life. An ace
I would
always
like
comes.
to see William bet the flop C-bet after, and maybe On doesn't get in there, but
Nah, I don't think On was going anywhere.
yeah, that's true.
Jaywin's sitting here thinking about the possibilities that are in play. Obviously, On could be doing this with 7-9, missed diamonds. I mean, it's
Although-
almost fathom to think that up worse 6 is possible here.
I think that On has shown that he's not bet the river unless he's had it recently, at least on the streams. And I know Jaywin's been a part of those streams. But he's going to look him up here.
Sharks all over again.
And William's going to reluctantly fold his kings. So the ace doesn't come 100% of the time on the flop, but it does on the turn.
Especially when you don't bet out multi-way.
I don't know. 6-8-8 is.
I just think 6-8-8 flop, your first act, you're the pre-flop aggressor. You should make it, especially multi-way. I think you make close to pot size bet. That's
Left hand, double straddle.
yeah. Does the opponent still call? I don't know. But you give yourself a chance there.
I hear Carolyn. Sounds like she's dealing tonight, actually. So John Joe going to break his silence here and open up the ace-2 of diamonds.
I've
But-
seen that play before.
Let's see if it works out as well for him this time.
We have Rena in the chat. Did I miss you earlier? How you doing, Rena? I'm going to try to make that meetup game. I think this Sunday.
He's going to find 1 diamond here of the 5 variety. Flop is 5-6-2, I think. And he's going to turn the straight flush draw.
Unfortunately for On, he also has a flush draw. Yeah, John's not going to go anywhere. I wouldn't even mind to see in a check raise here. You have a combo draw, basically. You could. I think that's what he's going to do. So he makes it relatively small. And given the effective stack to pot ratio here, if he calls, he's going to.
Oh, On just rips it all in. See, this is the thing about
I wasn't done with
On.
my analysis. I know, that puts a lot of pressure. What do you do here?
And it's just like, what's the story here from John Joe? You open it to 85, then you check the flop. You go ahead and decide to raise the turn. What are you representing exactly? On's got the 8 to block the 7-8. He has draws to the flush, which obviously we can see are not good in this specific instance.
It's 900 to win. It's 2 to 1, 1 to 2 here. If this was on the flop, this is a call. But given the fact that you only have one card, yeah, this is.
It's just
I'm not sure what the plan was from John. If he's going to min raise it, he must have. He had to go through the scenario of him getting jammed on.
it's a great play by on there.
He was way behind.
Got his opponent to fold. What a jam. He spotted that his opponent was weak and took advantage of it.
Not only, I agree, On has been killing it. Not only has he been winning the last 3 streams or so, he's won a lot, like 3 to 4 to 5,000 each time. So.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the earnings so far and see an update after that specific hand. Almost clicked the wrong button again.
That would have been disastrous.
So On is our big winner now, leading the way with 2K, Union Jack right behind him with 1.6, and we got Mike B and J1 at the bottom. Let's see if we can get back to the action, see if anybody can turn some of those around in either way. Still want to know why he's on too. Well, I think it's the emergence of his new play that we're seeing. So Magic's sitting in the straddle with a pretty 8-7 suited. Jay, we're going to go ahead and call out of the small blind with the suited connector. This is something that I've been experimenting with a bit with me, or myself, when it comes to small blind play. Union Jack going to raise up the ace-10 from the big blind to 70, get a call right away from under the gun. So this is going to go multi-way to the flop, just what Union Jack was looking for. And let's see what we can bring.
Someone did have a 10.
So Jack going to go ahead and flop top pair, top kicker. That's about as good of a flop as you can ask for when it comes to raising that specific hand. He's going to go ahead and bet here. I'm expecting like 120. Oh, he's going to go much bigger than that. 240.
I actually like that bet, given the fact he's first to act there. He's got to get credit for a good hand.
And in this scenario,
J1 does have a 10.
He does have a good
J1's
hand.
going to call. But is Union Jack ever betting there without beating his 10?
This is a really tough spot for a 10 with that bet sizing. This is one of my...
And they're both so deep.
This is one of my contempts with this sizing in specific.
Oh, such a good laydown.
Yes, see, yeah, like,
such a good laydown.
The problem is when you bet that size, like, what are you expecting to call you exactly? Flush draws?
I think he was just happy. I mean, sometimes you're just happy to take the pot.
Yeah, it's fair.
I think if he bets like 75 to 100 there and he gets 3 callers, then what do you do on the turn when that board gets a little bit more dicey, right?
Well, you don't have to bet 75 or 100.
I know,
but there's something in between the 240, you know. I think a sizing of 120 to 150 there is going to be a little more effective when it comes to getting value from your opponents. But there is something to be said about betting to take it down, and, you know, now we're on to the next hand. So the only problem with that is it's like when your opponents do have good hands, and you will run into good hands, it's just like you're just owning yourself by your sizings.
Yeah, I mean, J1 could easily have top 2 there with 10-8 versus that 10-7 that he
Pocket
did have.
2s, sets of 8s, you know. You're just taking yourself.
Lottie's folding the Queen Jack.
Was it suited?
It wasn't suited, but I mean, it's 2 Broadway cards.
Yeah, I'm not going to give him a hard time about that one.
There's nobody raised, so it's a nice little spot for him to make it 35. Get his pre-flop aggression up.
So we're going to the flop with a bunch of rags here, and we see a rag flop, but looks like we got a top
Amazing
pair.
enough, it doesn't hit anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
How does that happen?
We get a top pair from Mike B.
On does have. He's got.
Well, this flop hit on. Gives him a gutter.
Yeah. Union Jack backdoor flush, but.
No 2s in play. What do
So
they
Mike
tip?
does have top pair.
What are they tipping the dealers with? Question mark. You can tip the dealers with chips.
You can also buy. They don't do that anymore, but you can also buy tip chips.
Yeah, they still do it.
They do it $1, $1, $3,
$2.
$2.
$2 purple tip chips. They aren't in play. You can just tip them with standard chips or cash. Some players tip them with cash.
If I'm on the stream, I do cash.
Really?
Yeah. So
Why?
I just want to keep track of all my winnings. When I play any 2-5 game, I typically bring, you know, like $40 in ones or something.
Yeah, I think that's a little hardcore, but
Well, how do you figure out your taxes at the end of the year?
I'm not a winning player.
Oh.
That's what the government does.
I'm not a winning player either.
I don't know. I mean, I would think that would just factor into expenses. I don't know.
Like you save all your if you do, you know, if you do claim as a gambler, poker pro, you basically just pay 15% of your winnings, but you get to write off all your tournament losses. You get to write off trips to Vegas.
I don't play tournaments.
I really don't play tournaments either, but you can.
So what's the point of the factoring the tip then?
Because I want to know how much money I truly make versus just giving out. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't really do that at 1-2. And I really just, I do that so I want to pay taxes for Social Security and stuff like that when I'm 62. So that's me.
Understandable. I thought we were all losing players, haha. Depends on the day. It's a losing player today. It happens. Okay, back to the action here. We're approaching hand 50 and just started the, what is this, top of the hour? Top of the hour?
8 o'clock, yep.
Top of the hour, 3.
We have another 2 hours. So we're halfway, so we're moving right along. We have a lot of hands in.
Mike B going to go ahead and open up the 8-7 suit. Seen a couple of those here in the last few hands, and he's going to take it down.
I have any weaponry. Any weaponry.
Mike is very sticky today.
I haven't even seen it all in yet, have we?
I think we have. Yeah, didn't we see well, we didn't see all in call. On went all in.
Yeah, all in call. No one's been stacked right yet.
Did Mike B get stacked?
No, he lost.
Yeah, hasn't been.
Our best chance was the King 7 versus the Jacks.
We haven't really seen big hands run into each other yet. Like I think last week. Oh, I think last Thursday's game, the 5-10, we saw.
Oh, Lottie has no reason to rush over there. It's Queen 9 suited. This is going in the muck.
No, this is a raise.
No, he's throwing this in the muck. Now he's throwing this in the muck. Lottie's going to redeem himself. Oh, and he just opens it to 55. Oh, because it's the straddle to 20. I mean, I agree.
It's always a raise. You can't limp in with that.
I can't.
And you want to play Queen
I don't
9
trust
suited.
Lottie. So Vidong with the ace-2 of diamonds.
He'll definitely defend this.
Yeah, I could even see. Well, I wouldn't
never
recommend
raise
raising
Lottie.
against Lottie, but yeah.
Maybe he doesn't know Lottie.
It was a super small open too, 55, not even 3x.
Especially under the gun there.
He's gonna flop an ace. I'll be curious. Lottie should definitely bet this, and he will. I really like the sizing. I'd say maybe a little bigger, but it's good sizing, targeting any 10-6, representing the ace, keeping ranges wide.
See a spade out there.
I think this is going to shut down Lottie. Really would like to see a jack of spades right there.
He will have to make this. I would like to see a big.
Oh,
bet
here
here.
you go.
So I'd like to see like around 200, but
That 4 is not going to change much action.
that 155,
75.
175. That's not a bad opening there.
That sizing.
Unfortunately, he's going to get called. This is alarm bells for William. Now he knows his opponent's got an ace. It's the only hand he would call with, only card he would call with. I expect William to shut down. It'd be amazing if he just did all in.
That would be amazing.
feel like the longer you take, it's harder to rep that ace.
Says I give up, and the ace takes it down.
With a mean glare at him.
I didn't realize Victor had checked it already.
Huh?
I didn't realize Victor had checked it already. I thought he was thinking about betting. I was very confused.
I think that's Vidong's first pot. He drags a nice one there.
Is it?
I'm not sure. I haven't recalled him winning one. I should pull up his stats.
This says it's V-donk.
Well, I don't know. It says Vidong on the stream.
Hands one.
Yeah, that's it. This is his first hand.
Well, let's take a look at some stats here. Take a look at our pre-flop raise statistic.
Shane has broken the computer.
I don't think it. I think it clicked it off. There we go. So all of them pretty solid to low numbers, I'd say. Do you know about where you run in VPIP?
Right in the VPIP or the
in PFR?
VPIP? Well, I'm always on the stream 30 to 35. That's where I typically play. It's so funny because if it's a bigger stream like 510, I'm more in the 25 to 20.
Knit up a little bit?
I do.
Oh, I don't blame you.
I do. That's why I stopped playing that, because it shouldn't change the way you play.
Yeah.
So
Magic going to finally find something to go ahead and value bet here. The king queen. He's going to flop top pair.
Oh, and Optimize has top pair as well, but his kicker's not good. Has some backdoor
Does
flush.
have some backdoor flush draws.
And John has a gutter here, and so does Union Jack. This could get fun. You can throw a 4 or a 5 of diamonds out there.
That's true.
And everybody has
Maybe
a
the
piece.
king of diamonds.
Well, the 5 of diamonds is already represented, so we need to see the 4 of diamonds.
We see a 6.
So 4 or 5 got there. Amazing. Amazing Mark / Union Jack from New Zealand. Crushed that. Auckland has crushed that turn, and he's going to bet because no one's ever going to expect to put. No one's going to put him on a 4 or 5. I think 150. Oh, should be
190.
190. Okay. Still good sizing. It's a very small bet. He really wants people to get in there. I think both queens call.
I'm interested to see. I think that Optimize will let it go.
I think he lets it go if Magic calls.
If Magic calls. I'm not surprised. I think that that's a pretty good fold. It's just 4 ways. How often are people bluffing? And there are so many hands here that
Oh, he dunk.
he's beat by.
He dunk. Change his name.
Optimize is really in the tank right now.
He called already.
He did call, so we're not
That's some
seeing.
racial shit, man. Who's back? Got your back, Victor.
Let's hope we don't see a queen here for Optimize.
He's like, looks up there, it's like, I don't
That 6 of diamonds would have been really nice.
D-O-N-K.
Donkey Kong.
I am surprised
she got
with
you.
Optimize's call. It's
Oh, there's the 6 of diamonds.
I would have given John tricks.
Perfect.
There you go.
All right. Lost it.
Probably wishing he played, but he doesn't realize that he made a
It
good
was
fold.
on the turn, it went check 190 and then call. And then optimize his check.
So now it's up to he should bet this. Shouldn't be as scared of the boat there.
Yeah,
He
I
need to
think
go polarizing a little bit.
I think full house
600.
or I think sets likely raise the turn, so he doesn't need to be too concerned. He also probably lead the river.
Is it 390? 450. That's way off.
I think this if you're optimized
It's
here.
so value though. It's
This one I think you should be able to get away from. Opponents just don't bluff paired rivers that often. And if your opponent really decided to turn a pair with spades into a bluff,
That's the only bluff that makes sense, right?
it's the
Two
only bluff
spades,
here.
And he misses. But that's so.
And it's like, what spade is that going to be? Ace 3 of spades?
Yeah. Ace queen of spades? No.
I don't
queen of
think.
spades?
I think ace queen of spades is just too strong
Yeah.
to start betting the. I even think like most queen X of spades probably don't start betting. It functions much better as a check call. And he folds. Yeah, good fold. That's Blake thinking about what his opponent can have there and just not finding bluffs.
He does show it.
I think that's like when you just factor in, I think heads up, it's a lot harder to lay down, but when your opponent check calls the flop and it goes 4 ways and then they lead that turn, it's like maybe they have.
And especially a player like Mark.
Yeah. I don't know how many weird experimental bluffs that Mark is like going to be putting into play. But great hand by Mark there.
What'd you have? Queen.
All right, so we're back to 2-5-10. That was a pretty fun hand there. Let's hope we can get a couple more of those. So far, no good on this specific hand. We got a fold on the queen 8 suited. That would have been in there. John Joe gonna open up the king jack off to 75 over the $10 straddle.
V-Donk, we got his name correct now.
V-Donk is
I
gonna.
apologize for saying
V-Donk.
we don't enter in the names here at the booth. So V-Donk is more appropriate. Not that he's donking off.
So we get an ace, queen, ace flop on. Gonna flop the best of it. What a surprise if you've been watching the entirety of this stream. Couple of pairs here still lingering. I can't imagine they're feeling amazing with this specific flop. And John Joe gonna go ahead and flop the gutter. And he checked. I don't know about this check. I guess multi-way, it's okay. But if you're gonna call a bet, you might as well go ahead and bet, especially when you have such a range advantage on the ace, queen, ace board. Oh, and he's just going to turn a full house.
So V-Donk is now hoping that someone has a flush, and John Joe does have the nut flush draw.
He's praying that there's an ace in play right now.
So fortunately for V, both his players have something. Let's see if they improve.
They do not.
They don't improve. A heart would have been nice. 3 of hearts. He's just going through his, it's not enough to him. And John knows he can't win the pot, so he's going to try to get the other opponents off the hand. But I don't know what he thinks he's representing. It's a tough one to sell.
I think he's going to bet small, yeah.
I mean, he's going to bet
260.
Pretty small bet. He's going to get raised here, or he should get raised.
I wonder if V-Donk is considering just calling, trying to invite on into the pot. He raises. Yeah, that makes sense. Really trying to target that ace. This has been a strange hand.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough if you're in it, trying to figure out what people have, because it's not played like you normally would see these type of hands played.
He's going to let it go.
This is going to be a fold. Yeah.
John Joe asking why he decided to join this game. Hasn't been able to find anything today.
He's made some plays. He's just been out-flopping.
Reminds me of my experience earlier.
I thought you played well.
No, he got something.
I think I did too. Sometimes the cards don't go in your favor. I don't think John Joe is playing particularly poorly either, but I would have suggested him to bet that flop, considering the action pre-flop. Especially if he plans on continuing, you know, you're drawn to a 10, you get a backdoor hearts, most likely to have an ace. And like, yeah, your opponents are going to have an ace sometimes, but there's only 2 of them left.
I think that's a good point. I think, not that anybody did anything wrong, but if you're going to really construct a bluff, it's got to start from the flop.
Yeah.
You can't start bluffing in the river. Nobody ever buys it.
And
It's been my experience. So he's got to put his story to get a little bit better. Even if they're small bets, you know.
And King Jack is a pretty good hand there to start bluffing because you're blocking hands like Ace King, Ace Jack.
Hands that would continue.
That would want
pre-flop,
it. That would, yeah, exactly.
And you're still drawing to some sort of draws and stuff like that.
And
so-
even if your opponent has an ace, it's maybe not the end of the world because they're going to put you on a stronger ace than what they're holding. But that's just all theory. So on the next hand, it looks like we're running another double board bomb pot.
Called him out. We switched the. Oh no, you didn't hit him when it hurts.
Looks like we got a new dealer in the box here.
Jojo, yeah.
Jojo.
He's a good dealer. He's a great dealer.
Very friendly guy.
How many hours do you say you play a week? I see you here a lot.
I play 2 to 3 times a week. Usually 3 to 5 hours at a time. Usually longer on the weekends. I usually play around 12 to 15 hours a week, I'd say.
Okay.
Around like 600 hours a year, I'd say. 50 hours a month or so, right around there. Just depends if I'm busy or traveling or just have other plans and stuff like that. But I wouldn't say I'm a grinder. There's a lot of people I see, they'll be here even more often than I am. But yeah, I'm here pretty frequently. How about you?
Well, I play a lot. I mean, you have a full-time job.
Yeah.
So I probably play 40 to 50 hours a week.
Really?
Yeah.
How much at TCH?
About half that time.
Yeah.
But I play longer sessions too, like 12-hour sessions.
Yeah. See, like I just played my first 10-hour session, like last week. That was the first time I ever played 10 hours or more.
I saw someone else fold an 8 as well. He missed it.
That was very tricky there. See that? I thought it was on the other board.
So he's got 2 pair on bottom, V-donk, and just 1 pair on top. See a flush draw on. He's got trip, so he's just going to fire away at this.
Crappy trips though.
And he has nothing on the bottom. He's got aggression though. V-donk doesn't have much. 2 pair and PLO is really not very strong at all. So he could float this to see if he can boat up here. I just made it really small, so. Oh, I guess it was a pot size bet. 10 times, yeah, it's pot size. So Jack 10 got there.
Five bets. Pot to 390.
He says pot with just trips.
This is so strong from on.
It is. I mean, from any player, right? You pot on multiple streets, right? Your top 2 can never be good there.
You can play 10 hours, Cold T says. In what sense? At a time? In a week? In your life? I heard holdem. I imagine they mean in a day. Yeah, I mean, 10 hours, like, how many days am I going to be where I, like, just have 10 hours to go? Usually have things to do, honestly.
Yeah, I generally don't have.
I get a bit bored, too. But 10 hours is nice because, like, to be, like, once you accumulate chips and you have a larger stack, your ability to win large amounts, like, only increases. Especially, like, if you're able to have, like, 2 or 3 times more than the other players at the table, there's, like, serious value in being able to cover everyone.
I generally try to talk because I'll be here late. You know, I've been here since 11 in the morning from the night before. I'll generally allow 1 or 2 try to talk that 1-2 game. If there's a 1-2 game, I'm happy to be on to try to play 1-3.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And most of the time they'll say yes, and we'll turn it into a 1-3 game. But that just means I was losing at 1-2 because it's shallow. It just seems I just don't have any chips. Now I could buy in for 1,000.
Yeah.
All right, we have somebody from South Florida, Cold Tea. I actually am from Florida myself. I went to Florida State.
Oh, I always forget that.
And then was raised in Orlando.
I always forget that.
That I went to Florida State or from Florida.
That you went to Florida State.
7 calls, 8, 9.
Not a big fan of the Seminoles myself.
Well, this was 32 years ago. It was great 32 years ago.
Gotcha. 8 folds, 9 folds, 10 folds. I'm sorry, 1 folds.
Okay, we
3 raises to 50.
not really seeing any action. Jamin's been quiet tonight.
Yeah, he had a couple of
Just
his
not getting
hands
good
earlier
hands,
and
yeah.
just hasn't had an opportunity to really do much. But that can happen in a couple-hour period. It's just important to just stay disciplined and keep moving along. Your time will come. So we got 9-8 versus pocket 2s.
Ashley's going to be 7.
Pocket twos has been hot.
Yeah.
V-Donk has gotten a boat from him, and I think somebody else also
Yeah.
flopped.
Magic had a boat
set.
earlier.
Yeah, or a boat too.
Versus Jay wins flush. And
So the straight comes through.
just going to smash the straight. Mark is just running like a god.
Yeah, that's an easy fold. Pocket twos. No money in the pot.
8. 8 of hearts is shown.
You can't miss that. You can't miss. You can only hit.
Maybe Ragnar. Maybe it's getting to. I know he's been down. And he put a stream out about it. So I think he. Not sure how he did Saturday night, but he was down a little on Saturday night as well. So it's tough. Poker for a living, if you're grinding poker, is just a tough. You just have to be mentally strong and not really focus. I know it's easy to say don't focus on money. You know, a lot of like the best players will say that, and it's really hard to do. But I think if you can just treat your money as inventory and just kind of just make good decisions, I think in the long run you'll become a profitable player. You know, that's my opinion. All right, we have a couple of queen twos, very uninspiring here. We already went right on to the next hand. Straddle is on. Mark's running good again. He seems to do well lately.
Are they still throwing a fish at the? No, at the fish market.
Oh, in Seattle.
Yeah, big place.
I thought you meant in there are sports games where people go fish.
Okay.
Still doing it?
Straddle on 7 for 10. Ashley's on 8. 8
I feel like if you're in any Detroit sports
And
team,
Jack wakes up with an ace-4 and the straddle. Optimizer is going to raise his 7-6. A little spicy here.
in the 90s.
Seems to be the standard size. Beat on some call with his suited 9-6.
Right. You should have that in your
William should be raising this. The William raise, or he just calls. He's looking to set mine here. That's kind of a dangerous play, especially going multi-way. Let's see an 8 for William. See 8-9 ace, something like that. We have a queen, jack, deuce. This is not going to help anybody.
King of hearts, jack of clubs, and deuce of diamonds. cash is going to be on 7 checks. 1 check. Checks. 4 checks. Turn.
We have another king, so
7 checks.
Optimize was the pre-flop aggressor, I believe. He should have bet on the flop. Probably would have taken it down. William's still in the lead here. Ace or 9 would give it to his opponent. We have a 10. So
Actions on 7.
yeah, no one's going. Union Jack may think his ace high is good here, but William was with the 8s. So Vidon's going to lead out, and William lays down the best hand. That would have been a tough call for anybody. That it feels like Vidonk hit a 10 there. Union Jack has got some good instincts. He's thinking my ace high is probably good and makes a nice call. And William's actually going to see the bad news. His hand was nice call, Mark. Let's take a look at the chat here. The commentary. Oh, Cole T, thank you. I think Alon does a great job commentating and really giving his thoughts on these hands.
Look at that board. Green board range. What do you want? What? River? I didn't want that river. I wanted a small river.
No set, no bet, baby.
I'm Gabby. If you guys
All right.
decide tonight, let me know.
I know. When I first started at poker, I think I learned poker GTO through the live streams, through different live streams. I also had a coach as well.
Some people keep saying I bet bigger, man.
Thankful for all those sources out there on poker.
Alright, actually be on 9. 10 to play.
I think that good for you was meant for Cole T. They've improved. All right, we have Optimize. Just going to call the $10 straddle.
5 raises to 30.
I see a raise from on. He's got Jack 9 off.
7.
He's really going to play his position, his great position. This is the time to do it. As most of you know, your range really opens up the closer you get to the button. You should be playing almost 40% of your hands, 30 to 40% of your hands, as opposed to 5 or 6% under the gun. Union Jack is going to re-raise. And I like the sizing. He gets called in 2 spots, and he is first stack, so his position isn't very strong. He'd have to hit this flop, and he does. He does hit top pair. He's got to c-bet this because even if he didn't have an ace, he'd be c-betting most of the time, but he's going to like to check it down, hoping somebody else takes a stab at it. Optimize is not. He's looking to get the showdown, seeing if his pair is good. This is where he has to start betting here. Union Jacks has got to start betting, even though his opponents really don't have anything. Got to start building this pile a little bit. So I think around 40% pot, like that 160, 200 range would be good.
175.
So he goes right in that sweet spot, 175. It's really value betting here. He could even go thinner, but nobody has anything, so I think
Very nice today.
he's just going to take this pot down, which is not a bad thing.
5 folds. Pot 7.
Mark is playing really well tonight. When I say Mark, I mean Union Jack. I've been very impressed with his play. Also, the last couple times I've seen him on the stream, he's played really well. So now we have 218 people in the chat. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. If you haven't had a chance, please smash that like button. Yes, I say it. Smash the like button for us.
Actually be on 1.
I miss any big hands?
No, we had ace jack suited. Mark won that pot.
What a surprise. Mark running with
Let's
the
pull up
tens.
Mark and on. Put them together and see.
Okay, we're good.
Union Jack.
I'm like, where's Mark?
We have another Ace Jack. So Union Jack is up there. He's winning some hands, but he's won more.
Yeah,
He's been a little bit more aggressive.
on slowing down a bit here since that fast start. Because I think he had won like 27 or 12 hands and 27 hands. So
14. He was at 14 and 27.
14 and 27. Yeah.
So he's only won 4 in the last 30. His VPIP has dropped to 60, which sounds funny. And Mark has a really high VPIP at 41%, so he's looking to splash
Getting
around
good
as
hands.
well.
9 checks.
I would say Mark's getting, out of all of them, is getting the best hands, which is a great thing.
Yeah, it's nice.
Someone has ace of diamonds. I thought I saw.
And I just saw an 8-7.
I did see an ace of
okay,
diamonds.
it was a
So
check.
John's not going anywhere. Mike has an up and down here. While Mike still has equity, I'd like to see John go ahead and bet this. Because if his diamond comes, like you were talking about earlier, no one's getting paid. And he's only got 1.2, so you just make the call. Now Mike has some showdown value. I don't think he's going to bet.
9 checks.
John is just probably going to give up as well. Hoping that his showdown value with the ace is good.
And of course it's not.
Showdown.
I think that's the standard play when you see there. And the pot really wasn't big enough to fight for.
Button moves 7.
Every pot is big enough to fight for.
Long straddles for 10.
Yeah, I don't think Lottie spent a lot of time at the pool in Vegas. I think he was. I think he played like a tournament, a WSOP event. I feel like he played them all, but he also won this seat to the WPT, a $10,000 seat.
Yeah, I don't know much about Lottie's Vegas play. I know he's a big tournament player, but
You don't subscribe to his Instagram?
no, shockingly, I don't actually.
Do you subscribe to mine?
Yes, I do.
do? All right.
Yeah, wait, is YouTube?
Huh?
YouTube or
No,
Instagram?
no, Instagram.
I was gonna say.
I don't have time.
What do you
for
mean
it.
subscribe to your Instagram?
You follow me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, we do. I message you on there.
Oh,
Raises the third.
sorry.
5 calls. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. Change coming. 9 calls.
All right. So we got a raise from V-Donk
1 call.
with a queen and a surprise.
You're right. We have not seen big hands clash into each other.
No big
Nothing
hands.
yet
The
so
biggest hands
far.
was the King 7 versus the Jacks.
We have 5.
And that surprising was uneventful.
Might be seat 9.
Well, it's not too late. We still got
An hour and a half?
hour and a
Yeah.
half to go.
8 folded.
Usually the last hour can spark some 20 straddles.
Yes. So we have 125.
Yeah, there is no rake in poker in Texas. It's all like a social club. So we just pay a door fee per hour.
Actions on 9. 9 checks.
That's why you're winning at 83%.
Yeah.
So Optimize is going to flop the best of it as far as we know with the deuce. Unlikely, I think, that will remain until the river. I'm going to go ahead and bet out with his ace high, saying none of you have any of this, and I know it.
I feel like we have 4-6 here.
And he's going to go ahead and take it down.
5.
It's another win in the column for on.
Won a couple of hands here in a row now.
I was looking at Lottie. He does look a little tired. I mean, he was in Vegas for like 6 weeks playing all the WSOP events. That's going to be rough.
9 small blind. 1 big blind. 2. You want 10, right? 2 straddles 10. 3 straddles 20.
Well, imagine I just pulled a chase and yellow in my stack.
All right. Play.
I do feel like Williams kind of stuck in tournament mode here. He's playing like a tournament a little bit. I don't know how much cash he played in Vegas.
So we got the 20 on, as I mentioned. Maybe we'll see this start to fire up a bit more. Looks
And
like
it
we
was
got it
V-Doc
open to
with the-
60 from on with the king 9 off. Optimize going to wake up with the
Wow, finally.
pocket jacks in the big
Yeah,
blind.
he should make it big here, given the fact there's still several opponents in there.
And he does. He elects for
250?
300, it looks like.
Really? Okay, well, that is a big bet. It's 5x the raise.
I mean,
from
he's out
on.
of position, though, so I'm not too surprised by it. But I think this is just going to get a fold. But on
I think on calls.
could look him up.
I think Optimize raised it because on raised it. And
And on's going to call him.
that's a lot of information for Optimize right there. Just a call.
I'm expecting to see a king in the window.
Optimize knows if there's no cards above his jacks, he's going to be good here. Well, I
And that's
do
an
see-
amazing flop for jacks. I like a bet here somewhere in the range of 180 to 250.
Given the fact that it's on, I could see him going 300 plus here.
It's true.
But I think 275 is the 250, 275. Makes it 250.
250.
He's really targeting those draws. On could have actually on could have anything, right? But he could have 2 diamonds. He could have a straight draw here. So he's really charging to see the turn.
And that's what.
And On's gonna look him up. Maybe
Let's
he's
see
got
a 6.
some.
Let's see
he's
a
got
6
some
one time.
Intentions on the turn and river.
7. So Optimize is pretty happy with that card. Now it makes it a lot less likely his opponent has a set. He would have rather seen a 3, I imagine, but he's going to
So we
continue
have
here.
a nice pot brewing here.
Charging
so
9s, jacks, 10s.
he may be looking to get all the stacks in on the river. So his SPR is probably figuring out the math there to make it 1 for 1. So he makes it 400.
It's a great sizing.
1,500. So if he gets a call, it's a little over 1-to-1 SPR on this.
I actually think a little more, you said?
Well, it's the pot. If he calls, the pot will be almost 2K, and Optimize has 2.4. So
And here's On applying the pressure. Let's see what Optimize does here. This is the hand that we've been waiting for.
5 raises 2.
I think it's easy for most players just to jam here, but I expect Optimize to give this some thought. Right? I think he's going to jam, honestly, but I think he's going to think about it. You know, what 7s are in his range? A lot, actually. A lot of 7s are in his range, right? On could also be doing this with just an 8. We've seen that before, or 9s or 10s. I think 9s or 10s even re-raises pre-flop with On. It's a tough one. As we all know, this is stone cold bluff.
You got to give it to On, man. The guy has heart. He's also got 3 clean outs here. You can't discount them.
Are you up to anything new?
Seat 1 is all in.
Okay. Optimize jams all in.
So we did what we thought he would do. He was just going to jam this, but he took his time.
I expect On to go ahead and let this one go.
Decent tournament runs. And I had shots with this past week.
Yeah, he's probably saving face right now. And this is a really nice pot, right? So this is
You got a couple ones coming up in Austin.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 500K and
Oh.
maybe the one.
Yeah, this weekend, I got there this weekend.
yeah. There's no way he's calling. I mean,
Sunday, I have to be on the flight to Portland.
and I think On's a very creative player, as we know, and everybody loves watching him play. But I think he chose the wrong opponent, I think, to do this with.
I got like the first half of this series I should be there. Like travel wise, like the next road trip trip would
because Blake knows on as well, and
if it's anything like
he's 3-betting him all this time. He wants on to call, so
that they don't get as lucky as they did this past weekend. And then
Chop it up.
I don't know what other trips on the I guess Chuck's going November, but apart from that, I mean, I don't know what else. And so win in December.
the only problem is On has so much of his money in this pot already, so he's got what?
Yeah, but it's
Yes,
another
2.4.
it's another 1.4 to call.
Yeah, 2.4 already for him, or $2,200 he's already got put in this pot, something crazy like that.
He's got 300 plus 250 plus 1.4, so he's sitting just under 2,000 right.
If he could talk himself into saying, I think he's got a draw. I mean, that's the only thing, right? But I think his opponent's just the wrong opponent to do that with.
It's only 1,000 more to win 5,400. So he's got to be right less than 20% of the time, or
I
win.
think he's-
And we can see that he has 11% equity with his exact holding.
How many of the coaches were there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, the bet from Blake is so small that
That's the thing, yeah. Tournaments.
he almost always has it. Yeah, that.
Nice play, Blake.
Can you give me a view?
So nice sized pot there for Blake. I think definitely the largest pot we've seen tonight.
Yeah, it was a 4K pot that he won.
Let's check out the net earnings after that
So
hand.
he picks up an extra 2K. He's probably our leader by now. Let's take a peek.
I can't imagine these are updated. No, it's not.
I hit it.
On's explaining to everybody that he hit that.
Okay, here we go. So optimized up to 2.4 in winnings after that. Still in second place behind Union Jack. And On only takes a bit of a hit into the red. So Jaywin and John Joe, they've got some work to do. Let's see if we can get some hands for Jaywin here to close out this stream. As the vloggers like to say, make sure you go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button to send them some run good.
All right, next one is 4. 4 folds. 5 calls 10. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 raises to 8. 8 raises to 35.
Don't even let me think about it.
9 raises to 115.
So we got an open from the cutoff from Magic with the King 3 suited after the limp from On. Mike B going to go ahead and 3-bet it right away from the button with the Ace Queen off. Standard play so far. Let's see, On's going to come along, as I expect him to do. And this might entice Magic to go ahead and call as well. And he might be feeling a little bit left out because he hasn't been able to see too many flops so far today. And he's going to go ahead and make that call. Let's see if he can be rewarded with some hearts here. Benefit from
That's a definite reward because On also has hearts.
Exactly. With the Queen of Hearts sitting in Mike's hand.
I saw the Ace of Hearts.
Ace, Jack, 10 flop.
Everybody's got something. Even Magic's got a gut shot and backdoor nut flush draw.
Yep.
So let's On second pair, and Mike's got the best of it.
I expect Mike to bet this in the 150 range.
He's definitely 100% got to bet this. He is the pre-flop. He's the only one that really could have an ace here. Of course, his opponents aren't going anywhere, although I could see Magic getting away from this. It's
As he does.
3D, but he already did, yeah.
So let's see if we can turn a heart or maybe a 6 for On. And a 7 of hearts. There we go.
It would have been really, really juicy. Oh,
And
I
On
knew
just
this
going to rip it.
Rip it with, well, I don't, second pair and a flush draw.
I just don't see how you can fold this.
You
Mike.
can't fold it, but you're going to be hating it. It's such an overbet, right? 1.4 into 600.
Yeah, but
I mean, I can't. It's just a tough one. And Mike does block some of the hearts with his queen.
he also blocks King Queen.
Yeah, he blocks some of the straights, some of the draws out there, some of the nutted hands.
In fact, holding the queen of hearts is not a positive thing for Mike here because he wants his opponent to have hearts.
On could even have Jack 7 here
Yeah.
a lot of the times, right? He
Ace
just
7,
called
10-7.
Jack 10. I mean, all the 2 pairs are there for on.
I think Jack 10 is a little unlikely because I think he'd probably raise on the flop.
Does he raise the 115? Because that's what he would have. That's what's so great about on. He really just puts you in these tough positions. You can't put on a hand.
I'm indifferent to food, but Chinese is really convenient.
The only thing you can say is he doesn't have trip aces.
It's true. So Mike's going through his head thinking about all the possibilities that are in play here. 9-8's there.
At least the Chinese food is decent.
Hearts.
I think he's going to fold.
2 pair. I think, oh, he's going to let it go.
See, even his table partners are, you had an ace.
Yeah, that's tough, though. I mean, it's easy to see it when we can see it here, but when your opponent is open ripping 7x pot, it's like you feel like you have better hands that you can call down with there. You can look for a better spot.
I mean, he was winning, but not by much.
I think with the queen in my hand, I probably have to call there. But I don't fault the guy for folding. The queen of hearts is not ideal, though, because like I said, you want your opponent to have a heart.
Well, it already blocks the straight.
The king-queen is the benefit, though.
On wakes up with a nice hand.
But the question is does your opponent really just rip king-queen in there like that? Probably not.
Never.
Yeah, exactly. So you can
because that happens 90% of the time.
You can almost just discount that from their range.
So it's more likely that you put them on 2 pair.
2 pair for sure.
Jack 7 looks. Yeah, that's when the move was made. So. All right, we're going on to the next hand. So 7-6, one of my favorites. Definitely gonna. I'd like to see him call this. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna open up the 9s.
All right.
John Joe is going to come along.
William is going to come along, too. He's got 2 overs.
He likes the king 10, but not the queen 10.
Well, the queen 10's a better drawing hand. It's closer. It's only a 1 gapper.
King 10's a tournament hand. And he's going to go ahead and whiff, as are most players here. V-Donk does
has a 5.
5. On still ahead with his 9s. I expect him to bet. Yep. He is unfearful of that ace. Going to get immediate fold from John Joe. V-Donk is going to look up on with his 5, which I think makes sense. It's a bit loose, but this is on we're talking about here. And
I thought that was
a 4 on the turn is going to bring in a 4-liner to the straight. And on will not be deterred. He's going to continue firing. And the thing is you know, if you're V-Donk here, you almost want to say, like, my opponent's never going to have a 3, but it's on. So
he raised a pre-flop, so he could have an ace.
You never know. So just go ahead and call.
I mean, it's not that much relative to the pot.
He's looking for a 3,
7,
5, or
3.
7. And you'll find none of it. I expect this to go check, check.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for on to value bet this. He doesn't beat that much.
The classic on.
I've got the winner. Throw down.
Does anybody want to join us on the Chinese food order?
You're fasting.
I can't eat Chinese food.
Too much sodium?
The General Tso chicken
Carbs,
is really good.
sweets.
You just don't eat any carbs? Because sugar?
I have 50 carbs.
Sizzling steak is pretty good.
That's
That's all
horrible.
I've had, you know.
I can see why you don't eat pizza.
1 slice is like 40.
I'll eat like 6 slices in a night.
Oh, I'd be in the
Yes,
hospital.
sir. You ready, 500?
There's certain things that really shoot my glucose way up. Bread and rice are more so than sugar, by far.
Huh.
Like, I can't have sushi anymore. I love sushi.
It's tough.
So I'll eat one roll of sushi and my sugar will be like 400.
Can you have non-rice sushi?
I could, but why would I?
Like nigiri?
Oh, I can have like sashimi. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to wake up with a premium here in the straddle. First off, Jaywin's going to go ahead and open up the King 10 suited to 30.
I like to see On just flat this. He shouldn't flat. He should raise, but it'd be fun to see him flat because then you can't really give him credit for a big hand.
Oh, William! With the
Oh, I didn't even
queens.
see that.
Here we go.
What raise? He should make this a big raise.
He
with,
makes it
with Jaywin
150.
and On behind him. 150. I would actually made it bigger.
I'm going to call, which is a little bit surprising to me.
On should have re-raised, but
I mean, if I'm On, I'm looking to just get it in against Will. But Will's probably super strong.
Will only has 700 effective behind him.
Exactly. Now you're inviting Jaywin and
I like
John
to
Joe
fold.
to come along.
A lot of people would be tempted to play that King 10 suited.
I think the problem is that the 3-better only has 700 behind, and this is the mistake that John Joe is making here. He's getting involved in a hand that is just not going to play that well.
And I
at
think
these
William
stack
jams
depths.
here almost regardless what the flop is, except for that one. Except for that one. No, there is a. Oh, I thought there was a flush draw out there. All right, so
check it one time On.
That is the worst. You got to check it On.
He won't do it. Yeah, he's going to bet small. I like the sizing if he's going to bet.
We've seen him make these lead-out bets for second pair, too.
Yeah, and Will is not going anywhere to 1 bet.
Now Will is under 1-to-1 stack pot ratio, so this is going to go all in here at some point. Now that gives him more equity, right?
Yeah,
He
he's
gets
looking for a king, but there's only 1 left in the deck.
Yeah, and now we give On 2 pair.
Here's Will. He calls.
Not sure what that was. That was great.
And
Sorry, Will.
I'm going to get all of Will's stack. Waits all night for the queens, finds him.
I mean, I think he got paid because he didn't raise that pre-flop.
Ace in the window, yeah.
I mean, there's lots of ways to play ace-king suited. Such a strong hand, though. I think that would have gotten all in pre-flop if they both were elected to.
Agreed.
So it didn't really matter.
Nice hand, well played by On. I really like the bet on the flop.
On's congratulating Will on a good hand.
Salt and pepper Chick-fil-A, and then fish fillet. Fish fillet.
There's an order.
Making a dinner order at the table right now. I imagine this game will probably go deep after the stream as well.
It almost always does, and it's usually a little bit more action.
Yeah, as the night goes on, you know, people get a little bit more loose.
See you next time.
Jaywin, do you want the 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Button
There you go.
on
This is a 10, guys.
10. So 6 straddles for 10. Actually, 7. 7 folds. 10 to play, guys. 8 folds.
Let's update those net earnings. Show everybody. I think On now. Let's see, On is probably his third, looks like. Should have over 1K by now. On's at 1, Optimize, and Union Jack leading the way.
So almost everyone in a 4-figure digit swing, with the exception of V-Donk and Magic.
V-Donk is relatively new.
I'd like to see Jaywin get involved in a few hands here before the end of this session. It's always nice to watch him play out hands.
It's tough. I'm also not a fan of flips myself. I don't like to leave spade up to chance a lot of time. I like to have like a percent advantage. But in Williams' scenario, his SPR was less than 1, and his opponent bets big with any pair. He just happened to have the ace there. So don't blame William at all for calling.
So we got a mystery hand here from Vidonk, who elected to raise it from the button. He's going to go ahead and c-bet the king 5-8 flop and see an ace turn after on calls with a pair of 5s. I think this is a card that Vidonk should be continuing on a lot, but he elects not to. And he's going to see a second king on the end. And he's going to check.
There are kings and fives. Got kings and eights. Kings and eights.
And an 8 is going to take it down. I don't know the kicker.
Kings and eights with an ace.
You got to bet points.
No, I just missed him.
Oh.
So we have right to bear arm says, Jaywin, if you see this, I know how to help your game out a lot, bro. Get a hold of me on your channel.
I'm sure he'll be taking advantage of that. This is showing Vidonk with king 8, but it goes check on the river. I don't think that is likely true. Especially considering you checked the turn.
He could have been scared of aces there.
Okay, got to make sure.
Depends. Two big cards.
Possibility.
Careful what you wish for. I had 2 big cards.
Seems unlikely.
Jaywin multitasking, ordering food for the table while playing poker. I like it.
Alright, button is on 4. We got okay. Give me just one.
Jesus. We're good.
Yeah, my phone number is 512-364-3981.
Alright, seat 1, seat 9.
Who is this?
I'm not sure.
Blake, William, and Scott. Cool, appreciate it. Alright, now we're good. Actions on 6.
All right, Magic's going to play his suited ace here.
Do credit. I'll give you a credit card. Okay. Chicken fried rice.
Fully action.
Spicy, please. Yep.
There was
Salt
one
and
straddle.
pepper
Yeah, straddle
fish
was
fillet.
7.
I've never heard of anybody ordering a fish fillet from.
Fully action. I'm sorry.
Somebody ordered fish one time here before, and the whole club smelled like that.
All right, looks like we got a raise to 50 here from Vidonk with the ace 2 suited. And it's made its way around to On, who has a decision yet to make with the Jack 8 from what I saw. He elects to
folds,
fold, as does Jaywin as he's on the phone. And Union Jack going to come along with the 9-7, and as well as Magic with the ace 7 better suited. Better suited ace. And we're off to a flop. 8-6-4, so Magic going to flop a gutter, as is Union Jack. He's actually going to flop open-ended, improving to a 10 or a 5. Magic also has the backdoor straight draw, goes check. And we're going to see the 6 of clubs on the turn. So Magic is going to pick up that backdoor flush draw. Union Jack's going to start betting, representing the 6. He does have a 7 in hand, so he goes ahead and blocks hands like 7-6. Magic's going to come along with that backdoor draw coming in. He is looking for a 5 or a club. Union Jack looking for a 10 or a 5. And we're going to see a king of spades. So both going to go
Ace high
brick.
wins it, yeah.
Ace high has the lead. He's going to go check. I imagine it's going to go check. Oh, he's going to bluff at it. And he doesn't even need to. He has the best hand, but he doesn't realize it. So he's going to represent the flush, and Union Jack going to let it go. So nice hand there for Magic.
Has Magic, he's won 2 hands,
I
right?
can't remember. I was just going to say, I
He's won
can't
2
really
hands.
remember him winning other hands. So he's
He's won 4.
Four
Okay,
hands.
My apologies. His VPIP's gone up. It was at 21. Now it's at 28.
Let's go ahead and check out some stacks since you bring it up, or some stats. So VPIP on still soaring up in the 60% range. And we got a couple in the 30s. Jaywin a little bit lower in the 26 range. And William up above 20%. So congratulations, Will.
Alright.
Preflop raise frequency.
Buttons on 5.
V-Donk being very aggressive. Magic with a pretty low 7. Will with 10. These are numbers you'd like to see higher. Optimize with his big hand has been able to benefit despite his seemingly lower preflop raise frequency.
Just up the weight and sat down. It feels brighter.
9 folds. 1 fold.
John Joe going to go ahead and limp along with the king jack off. Okay, Will going to play the queen 10 suited this time, but he's going to go ahead and limp as well. Jay, we're going to go ahead and raise things up with the ace 3 suited, I imagine. Something in the 70 range. Makes it 60. Makes it 70.
Yeah. You have better eyesight than I do.
Maybe I should play in the 5 or 50-100 game, predicting Jay wins raise sizings.
William can't lay this down. It leaves him totally exploitable. His limp.
Oh, I
fold.
think he's going to fold this.
You do? I
Yeah.
think he's going to call.
I actually think it
I'm
might be
rooting
the
for
right
him.
fold, too, with only 1,000 behind. He's going to call. In position, though.
Oh, he's got 8% of his stack in there. Let's give it to him. Oh, I see a 10.
10 in the window with a 10. Oh, he's going to flop a monster, though, right? He's got.
No,
Oh, he's got
no,
spades.
Someone else has a king.
I thought he had hearts.
Oh, it goes check, check on that. No,
John Joe, this is your chance. He's going to have 2 pair here.
well, William's not going anywhere with the up and down right now. Jaywin is totally missed this flop and turn. 2 pair for John Joe. The board is connected. William should just smooth call this, as he does. William also has a 10, so he needs a 10,
Let's see a 10 one time.
a 9, or an ace.
7 is not going to help him. I don't think Will's putting any more money in this pot.
No,
matter
that was
what.
unlucky. It was such a good turn for him, too. So there's just no way he could. Never way he did. You could put John on some sort of bluff. I mean, the hearts missed. And that's about it. You only have 10 high, so even his bluffs might not be good, or might be better. So.
Button 6.
Wrong flop for pocket 8.
You know? Ace king, but it was just too wet.
So the aggression frequencies, you know, as we mentioned, going to be one of the most aggressive players at the table. I'm pretty surprised here by Jaywin at the bottom, 15%. Magic up near the top as well.
This stream is going really fast as far as how many hands we're getting in. There just hadn't been a lot of big hands clashing into each other, so not a lot of time wasted on figuring
Yeah,
out those
even the big
decisions
hand we had, there was
with optimized.
just
yeah.
a bluff with complete air that ended up folding.
2 folds. 3 folds. 4 raises to 150.
So Optimize going to raise +1 with the
William
ace jack.
raises with ace king.
Oh, okay. I thought he flatted. I was gonna
go out there and
smack him
aside.
around.
You got this.
And yeah, Blake gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and fold. First 3-bet we've seen from Lottie tonight. That's gonna send alarm bells going off in Blake's head.
I'm sitting here cold calling my 3-bet.
On that note, you know
pretty sure
what? We
it's
should
ace
do a
king
bump
and
up. We should do a bump up.
Jaywin calls
Jaywin
it.
calls it right out.
I'm in.
Pretty sure it was ace king or better.
When I say better, I mean ace king, queens, kings, or aces.
Fellas, this is another like 30, 35 minutes.
I can't believe you didn't cold call. Well, like the last time.
Are there any, when you come play poker, depending on the table size, are there any players that you choose not to play with? You know, table selection and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say individual players, not particularly, but like games as a whole, yeah. Like if I walk in and there's a 2-5 table just filled with
It's not possible.
thinking players, like if I'm not feeling it, I might just elect to play in a smaller game that might be a little bit friendlier and easier. Especially like if it's a weekend and I'm just looking to have fun and hang out. Fortunately, I would say, like the games I play in, there's not any players that I like necessarily need to be fearful of, but definitely I respect. And I'm probably not going to be getting like too out of line against them. But I can't let them know that because then they can just take advantage of me. Obviously, I'm most looking forward to playing with, you know, you and Austin and Derek and people that will just gift me their chips, preferably.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm here for.
No, but it's nice to challenge your game with stronger players and see how it holds up, because it really lets you take a look at areas that you can probably improve upon. So I like to put myself to the test. I did just make a large purchase in my life, though, so some of my roll is a little impacted right now, so I'm trying to work on building that back up again. So
Well, good for you.
probably going to be a minute before I'm really grinding some of the higher games around here. Do we get an 8? Yep, looks like we got an 8.
I'll see you later, Brandon. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Let's see here. So Will with an 8 and a gut shot. Looks like we got a couple of players here.
Will's
headed
got
to
an
the
8?
turn. Yeah, Will's got an
Nice.
8 and a gut shot. And we're going to see the king of spades to complete the flush on the top.
That always confuses me when they
Yeah,
do that. I think, wait, what?
that happened to me the first time. We're going to see a king on the bottom. I always think it's so funny when the same two cards come out. Oh, so Jaywin with an 8 as well. A better 8, it looks like, currently with the jack. And we're going to see another king.
So it's unlikely that a player has set on both.
And it's guaranteed that nobody has pocket kings on both. We're going to see a third heart on the end. No hearts for anyone. I
Well,
think.
William has hearts.
Okay, yes. Will's going to find that heart on the bottom, which is good because he was in getting scoop territory, I believe. Or actually, yeah, Jaywin with the straight up top. We're going to fold.
Well, I mean,
all he had was the
he didn't have the
10
nut
high
flush.
hearts.
It was only 10 high hearts.
So nice hand there for Jaywin.
Staying the other way around for me tonight.
I know he likes to talk about it in his vlogs, but he has a pretty specific and developed bomb pot strategy that he likes to follow. And from my understanding, he's looking for opportunities to play both boards. And you know, if there's scenarios that he can get scooped, he tries to stay away. And I think that's pretty close to the same strategy that I follow.
Ragnar says Jaywin had a boat on the bottom.
Okay.
Maybe he did.
I
Okay.
must have missed.
I missed that as well. So.
I must have missed the board pairing card, or the.
Oh, the 8s were there. Maybe.
The 8. Yeah, the friend of the 8. Totally possible. It's hard enough to know your own bomb pot hand, let alone multiple bomb pot hands.
3 folds, 4 folds, 5 calls 10, 6 folds, 7 raises to 50.
Rob Canton says that cash games are like tournaments that last a lifetime. I would say the analogy that you're getting at there is close, but there's a pretty big difference in that the blinds in cash games don't increase. So.
And you'll find different player pools too.
Yeah.
With tournaments. A lot of tournament players do not even play cash.
What do you think is the weaker playing pool?
Oh, that's not something I can answer.
Just because you've never played tournaments?
No, I've played tournaments. But I'm not going to say which ones. I don't know. I don't know.
I think tournaments are the far weaker player pool. It's not even close. Because people are just playing tournaments, come over to have fun and stuff. They don't know. They don't know what they're doing half the time. So it looks like On is going to go ahead and flop top 2 pair here. It's going to go check on the flop, I imagine.
It already did, and then now he's going to start betting out. But I don't see anybody. I mean, Union Jack does have a 4.
I wouldn't be surprised if he continues along with the
peels it
way that
off.
he's running. Just feels like you can't lose sometimes when you're at that point. I wouldn't even be shocked to see him hit a 4 on the river.
You coming for poker or for like other stuff too?
Good lay down.
Hang out.
Yeah.
Optimize has nothing here.
Yeah. He's gonna look him up.
5. Your heads up.
There's this
Unless the cards aren't read
I don't say
correctly.
it correctly, but there's this like really popular dim sum place in Seattle that I really love.
Optimize 7-5 versus 2 pair with On.
Tim Hawaii. Oh really? Maybe I'm just okay. I thought it was
Well, we'll see here.
something in Seattle.
So I'm going to go ahead and bet out for nearly 2/3 pot. Blake, we see from the reading here, has a pair of 5s here on the end. This would be a bad time for him to get mischievous and decide to start raising.
It's okay. It's like really fancy. It is a bit. Food is like. You're saying it like you're like white people good.
Right, okay, fair point, touche, yeah, you're right.
What do you like there? The chicken broccoli?
I like it all, man. You're right.
It's like somebody saying.
I kind of think Blake was maybe calling with the intention of
1 call.
Queso, so good.
Queen 9.
Let me see
raising.
what his hand. I can't. I have a hard time believing a 7-5.
It's good. It's in that trend of like fancier Asian foods.
Optimum.
There's some stuff that's like really
That was a suboptimal call.
good.
I think he really might have had 7-5 with the intention of bluffing a club river.
I think that place is disgusting, to be honest. But again, it's just like fancy Asian.
But maybe not, because he checks flop calls.
Yeah, I think it's a misread. It has to be. I don't know.
3 is on for 20.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean he's calling the turn with nothing. He
Yeah.
gets the 5 on the river. So
Yeah.
if the 5 was on the turn, that would make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Maybe we'll go
agree.
ask him.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a misread.
All right, we got action on 4. 20 to play.
All right, V Donkin is $20 straddle. So we're seeing the double straddle here now.
Yeah, Victor has definitely brought the energy here.
William just calls.
I'm going to wake up with the monster that's queens. I expect to see about 100 here.
Oh my gosh, that's not fair.
Oh, he's going to limp.
6 folds.
Oh, that's so clever. It is. It's not advised, right? Because
9 folds.
rarely do you see it go no raise to a flop here, and he does get bailed out by John at the last moment. On's like, thank God, now I'm gonna just bump this up to 300.
On is sweating. And it's super strange because it's not just an open limp. It's a limp over a limp.
That's true. Well, and yeah, that is true, but William does a lot of limping, so it's hard to count that in there in that equation. And so he's probably doing the math. Is that a raise?
V-Donk gonna make it 225, 275 with the king 2 off.
75 is the bet.
On is loving life.
He's got to raise his big.
I think he's gonna
because
call.
He's got someone.
I think he's gonna call.
It's a 4-bet. No,
he's
really?
gonna call. Yeah, he's gonna call. Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's get back to John Joe. And what do you do here? I think you just have to let it go out of position.
You do have the worst position. It's
I think there's some merit to fold or jam.
with 1.1 behind him. See, if he calls, he's almost.
There's
got
already
another one.
$500 in the middle.
Now it's almost 900.
You might as well.
900.
I don't even hate a jam in that spot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't ever really want to get it in with ace jack off, but if there's a time, with 500, and he's going to flop
jam.
the
He's
jack.
He's going to jam. This is perfect for On, because On under-repped his hand. I don't know how he gets in these spots sometimes. He under-reps it so much. John Joe checks with the intention on check raising for sure. V-Donk missed everything. On should just call here.
I don't think he will.
No, he won't. He'll get a call from John Joe, but it'd be so tricky if he calls. And he does just call. This is a jam. This is not even a decision. He only has 900 behind. The pot's 1,500. He probably thinks he flopped it.
2 calls.
He elects just to call, so he only has 550 behind.
In a pot of 2,000.
Yeah. Oh,
V-Donk is going to suddenly have the best hand with top pair and worst kicker.
this is why you never just limp or just call someone's with queens here.
And he's going to start betting because he expects he's
big
good.
stack. He's got a big stack. On has a big stack as well. That is the worst card for On to see.
We asked for big hands, and this is what we got. On hand 69. Nice.
I mean, if John jams there on the flop, check raise.
V-Donk is out of
V-Donk
there.
Not in this hand. I mean, you see, John still loses, but so it's just perspective, right?
Now the question is, does On have the ability to let this go? And I think that when your opponent leads into you 3 ways with an opponent also only having 557 behind, you can know that you're behind. But On is not going to think about it that way, and he's going to put in the 825. And now can John Joe save the final $550 of his stack? The funny thing is that
I still think he should jam.
he has 20% equity here.
Yeah, any jack raise obviously gets him the pot.
Into a pot. This is going to be a pot of
$4,100.
$4,100.
There is a side pot still.
So he had the equity to make the call.
Yeah, he should have. I mean, he should have just jammed on the flop.
So somehow with King 2 off, V-Donk has found himself in the lead in a $4,200 pot with 1 pair. On sitting with queens, looking for a miracle queen. John Joe searching for an ace or a jack on the river. Otherwise, this pot.
So really, there's still a lot. Ace, jack, or queen really just kills it for V-Donk here.
And the queen is going to come. On is going to find a set on the river.
The flush does get there, but I don't think anybody's thinking about that. That's just amazing. That
On must rip this. Just needs to think about it for a second.
just bet 1,200 or something. Such a juicy bet, right? 1,200 to win 4,100. If he don't calls, it still leaves him with 2,400 here.
So this pot will be going On's way. It's whether it's going to include an extra 1.3K or not. On finds a miracle queen on the river to crush V-Donk's hope.
Yo, what up, man? Glass of water?
Yeah, just
If you're V-Donk here, what are you thinking?
You have to call with just so much money in the pot. He made the bet so small relative to the pot, right? 1.3. I mean, it's still $1,300. It's a lot of money. Right?
If you
But
call
still,
though, what are you hoping your opponent has? Even
yeah,
if you only have to win 10% of the
jack.
time, what's the 10%?
a jack.
You think
I think. Well, on has
the problem is you have to remember that there's a dead player in the hand. These cards will be getting turned over regardless.
I think we're not worried about John right now.
Winning this much, right? That bet's winning this much.
So he's betting 1,300 to win 250, assuming that the main pot is going to go to John Joe, which obviously is not the case in this specific instance. but you have to make that assumption.
Yeah, I think I know what you
When John Joe jams, it looks like he doesn't have the hand he has. Looks like he had a flush draw.
I should have asked. Do you want sparkling?
Because he kept check call, check
Want me
check
to get a
all
line
in.
too?
Yeah, I mean, the flush got there,
So the
though.
flush got there, so
I'm just kidding.
you got to be thinking all I'm winning now
It gives me
is that
this
side
is like
pot.
perfect time for me to take a walk anyway.
You did not get this.
Rob Canton says he's pot committed. Jeff Barber says VDOC cannot call, flush better king, etc. Captain Under Paris says that's unbelievable. I tend to agree. On running like a god. See, I don't think that you can put together a combination hands that makes sense for On to do this. Even On being the character that he is, and VDonk lays down the fold, or makes the fold. I'm going to show the pocket queens. VDonk going to breathe a sigh of relief, and he's going to go ahead and scoop that 4.1K pot right to On. The limp pays off,
Wow.
and that's
That
how
was
you
a
play
great
pocket
call,
queens.
I guess, on the turn. A tough call.
Button's good on.
He only improves to another queen.
Jack.
All right.
King, Jack, King, Jack.
Good luck, Carlo. Wow, what a big pot.
By any chance, does anybody want to sit on the seat before Phil gets the seat up?
They don't let us move during the stream.
Yeah, On played that unconventional. He didn't re-raise it pre-flop. He didn't really raise the flop. And somehow gets two players to come along for the ride, one all in.
It should come any second. In the next 5 seconds.
On still stacking up his chips. Lottie's in the blind.
Ragnar says that On played that hand super well and super horribly simultaneously.
I would love to hear On in the commentating booth sometimes.
Yeah, that would be a special treat. It's gonna be like, he's folding 10-9? What?
He's first to act?
Ace king. 4 checks. We have 4 players.
I'm good. All right, so we're off to a flop here, which I imagine is going to be a little less exciting than the previous hand. But VDonk going to go ahead and flop a flush draw right away. I'm going to go ahead and bet out with his 9 high, which VDonk is going to snap, get his chips in there. So we're headed to a turn here. On showing the aggression within this hand so far. VDonk going to find a queen to pair up. I'm sure he's seeing nightmares right now about queens on a king-jack board. It goes check, check, and I'm going to find a 9 on the river. Putting out a 4-liner to a straight goes check, check, and VDonk is going to win this hand with a queen. And he's going to turn over the 5 first. A little bit of pain there for On. Unfortunately for VDonk's sake, this is only a $62 pot as opposed to the $4,100 pot that they just went through. So we've got just over 30 minutes left here. Thank you to all of you that are still tuned in, watching the stream with us. Let's hope for a final strong 30 minutes. We can see some big hands just like we just saw, and we'll be here alongside with you the entire way.
6 straddles. 20.
Hour.
How much are you loading in? 1,000. 3 loaded for 1,000. Can you do that round? 3 has 1,000 behind. All right, so 20 to play. Action is on 7 folds. 8 folds. Sure.
So we get a straddle to 20 here from Jaywin. It's gone over
yes.
to it's folded around to Lottie at this point, who I believe is in the big blind. He's going to have 5-2, so I expect to see this in the muck here soon. On's going to have a premium with ace-king, and he's going to go ahead and raise it up to 160. Oh, Optimize opened up on the button with the jack-2 off. Didn't notice that. I expect this just to go in the muck. And we will move on to the next hand. Oh, but there's a chance that this, okay, yeah, there's a chance that this could be an incorrectly scanned hand, but Optimize is going to go ahead and let it go. I imagine he wasn't even opening up the jack-2 off, so.
Shows ace king.
Blackjack.
Blackjack.
Button moves to 3. Thank you, sir.
Jeff Barber shouting out you guys, 259 currently watching, only 78 likes. Make sure you guys smash that like button like we like to joke about. It really helps out the algorithm and gives us a chance and encouragement to keep these streams going. So be sure to do your part, as Jeff Barber likes to say, support the cause. So we're on to hand 72 here. Looks like we got the 2-5-10, no 20 for this specific hand. Union Jack going to open up things under the gun. Looks like John Joe is done for the night.
Yeah, I saw him out there, and we do have a new player I saw out there. He's never been on the stream before. He's a regular 1-2 player.
Nice.
Looking to step up. He was playing 2-5 out there.
Oh, I know who it is.
Very action. Yeah,
I know who it
forgot
is.
His name. I'm so rude because
I just think he looks like the next Spider-Man.
Yes, that guy. I saw him get to the across the room rather.
Yeah, people say he's a good player, so, or a solid player, so we'll see.
But he's going to be joining us here momentarily. The room looks packed out there. There's a tournament going on right now.
I heard it.
Tournament, which is a lot of fun, and we got like 5 other cash games going on.
Yeah, I want to play after this, but I got to go into work in the morning, so I really need to just go home and go to sleep, unfortunately. But there will always be tomorrow. So looks like
Jaywin does have clubs.
we probably had an open from Optimize, a call. Well, actually probably an open from Magic, call from Optimize. Jaywin calls in the straddle, On calls in the big blind. On's going to get out of there. Jaywin, I imagine, is going nowhere with a backdoor straight draw as well as a flush draw. I expect to see Magic go away, and I could even see Jaywin potentially raising this, which he elects for a call after the bet from Optimize. So we're going to go heads up to the turn.
I think that call was really based on the player. He does get the flush. So
Jaywin.
it's really based on the player he's going against. Obviously, these guys have played a lot together, so Optimize is never raising lightly here.
Optimize is going to check back. He's pretty much dead to his 7. He does not get that.
I see some thin value betting here from Jaywin. It'd have to be pretty thin for Optimize to even call this.
Yeah, I expect this to be a fold.
Maybe somewhere around in the $100 range, 125. It goes a little bit bigger, I think. 225. It's a little big.
Spilling pizza.
See a lot of food out there. Every table's got something going on.
I had some dinner earlier. Shout out to Cabo Bob's. No free ads. I don't know when they opened that location, but it's been
I've never even heard of it.
a godsend.
Cabo Bob's?
Yeah, it's a burrito place.
Oh, can't eat burritos.
They do have bowls, but you also can't eat rice.
Can't have rice. I mean, I do sometimes, like once a month. I'll
Tiny
have
amount.
Bless you.
So we got officially 30 minutes left, maybe just a little bit more. Make sure you guys are getting your final gambles in.
I'm going to hold on to my 27 with 31
to your
points
next
until
stream.
time. Someone reached out to me today to do another stream that
Wait,
I won't mention.
You have to tell them no.
Already did.
Nice.
Button is on 4.
Nice.
7, straddle to 10.
That's probably my best chance.
Yeah. It wasn't that one, though.
Nobody reaches out to me for poker, but also I keep my profile pretty low.
Me too.
In fact, most of my friends don't even know I play poker. Some
Well,
do.
most of my friends play poker.
I'll be like, they'll be like, "What did you do this weekend?" I'll be like, "I played video games."
I gambled $3,000.
Yeah, they'll be like, "Yeah, they don't get it."
Yeah, all my friends that don't play poker, they really think it's just like playing blackjack or craps or going to the casino.
Well, it's kind of funny because my family thinks I'm like kind of stingy with my money, which I am to a degree. I'll need something. V-donk, waking up with
wow,
kings. here.
kings, all right. I don't really see anything else.
At this point,
It's
no.
kind of a small raise too, right? 35 to 100.
Yeah, he might not even get action.
It is
from
a
Jack
three
6
bet.
suited here.
Yeah.
That's too bad. So
V-donk's playing well. I didn't.
the king 2 was a little out of line, but
It was, but I mean, he's mixing it up, raising when he's got the hand, folding when he's beat.
I'm
He's
definitely
not
not
shy.
questioning V-donk's play.
Yeah, he's not shy about putting money in there. A lot of times it translates into some good things for you. So.
But I was saying, like let's say, for example, this was a good example. I needed a portable monitor for my laptop, and I didn't want to buy it because it was like $200.
I've seen you make bets.
Yeah, that's
I've
what
seen you call.
I was talking to my sister. I was like, I don't really want to buy this. It's $200, and my sister was like, I've seen you put thousands of dollars in the poker pot.
Or you can say it's just a 3-bet.
I'm like, yeah, but that's
It's
not
a
the
3-bet.
same.
It's a 3-bet.
That's a plus EV move.
Yeah. I have a chance to win that back. And then some.
Okay, so Ace King here. J-Win finally waking up at a
Magic.
premium with his pocket J-Wins, as
Oh,
he
this
likes
should
to
be
refer
good.
to them.
We do have on with a suited ace as well. So Jack versus Ace King versus suited ace. And Magic hasn't played a lot of hands, and I know J-Win's taking notice of this. And so J-Win may elect to.
I think if we see a
I think
call,
he just calls.
I think we see a call from on here, we could see the chips get in the middle. Okay, but we don't.
Wow, so on makes a smart laydown. This is probably just a call, given who the player is. Although it's tough, he's going to be first to act.
Yeah,
Magic only
J-Win
has
just hasn't found any
1.4.
fist pump spots so far tonight, but he's a master here, so let's see how he navigates this. Oh, this will be very interesting.
Can't be really afraid of an overcard here. He is drawn to a boat.
I like that. I like that sizing there from Magic. I could see him in the 180 to 200 range. I don't think J-Win can quite lay this down. He does have the Jack of Diamonds in his hand.
So he does have some backdoor stuff going on, but I mean, obviously one of the hands that Magic could have that J-Win's probably thinking about is Ace King. The only hands that he could beat.
Oh, when he lets it go. He just decides to find a better spot. I don't blame him there. I think that's definitely an image play. Also, maybe some mental side of things of, haven't won too many hands tonight. Would rather not fight off for this specific pot.
And I think being first to act and given who the player was, who hasn't been out of line really.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here, just from Magic, we take a look at his stats. He has only, he's played 27% VPIP.
So it's gone up.
He's only raised 9% of his hands, gone to showdown 6%. And of those, I think that looks like he's won every single one.
6 hands total.
Yeah.
So he's played about 21 hands, 22 hands, something like that.
Yeah. So, understandable there from J-Win. Just let that one go. I think having the Jack of Diamonds, I mean, I don't particularly see too many 3-bets from Magic with the Jack, but that would definitely be a card that he would continue betting with if he had it.
The good news for J-Win is that Magic only had 1.4 in his stack, relatively to J-Win's stack was like 4, I believe. So he wasn't going to lose all his stack there, but. All right, we have
7 folds.
Looks like the Chinese food guy. I saw them out there earlier eating it. So.
The fish fillet is here.
I didn't actually smell any fish, but I think it was Mark that was eating it. I'm not sure.
So
That's one thing I haven't found in Austin is good Chinese food.
I had the Chinese food in this place. It was pretty decent.
Really, I've tried like 4 or 5.
In the
and I
plaza?
just gave up on
I
it.
thought it was all right.
I haven't tried down here yet.
Yeah. I would agree, though. It's not like...
Well, I moved from California, which probably has the best Chinese.
Yeah.
San Francisco. Although New York, Manhattan has the best Chinese I've ever had. So.
Understandable. That makes sense.
In Hell's Kitchen. Just say. All right, on to the next hand. So we're already at 76. So we're getting a lot of hands in the last in this stream. So that's good to see. Love Jack 10. I don't think anybody, especially waking up in the straddle with that. This is definitely a mandatory bet here.
Keith Didden says China family, so maybe check that out.
China family?
Not sure where that is.
I love the help here. I just can't find a good one. The ones around in Cedar Park are just.
This is over by Airport Boulevard.
I don't even know where that is.
It's like
by the airport.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's like Central Austin.
Well, all right. So we have a couple players with hearts here. This could get really spicy if we see any hearts on the flop.
So imagine Jay would.
4 or 5 of hearts would be just. I see a jack and I see a 4 of hearts. Damn.
I think Jaywood will bet this though. Yep. Optimize will be going nowhere.
Optimize should just call. I don't expect him to raise this. Just raise hand any bluffs that he may have later on down in future streets. Another heart would be just a 5 of hearts would obviously be the best card.
Well, we find a 5.
That's really good. That's the second best card.
That's a fun one.
So Javon's got to be feeling really good. He's got 8 outs in theory, so he's about 20% right now.
I think Jaywin could bet a bit large here.
Yeah, I'd probably do over. I actually would think about going over like 140, something like that.
He checks it back. The 5 is not great for his range overall. It is good for his hand, but finds no help on the end. Oh, there's our new player. Chat, let me know if you think that he looks like he could be the newest Harry Potter.
Oh, I thought you were with Marvel.
Spider-Man.
I think he also be in the new Harry Potter.
Yeah, it's new Harry Potter, yeah.
I've played a lot with him. He's here like late at night.
Recently, he has been,
like the last couple of weeks I played with him.
He wears the tweed jacket, I've seen.
He's a gambler. He c-bets 100% of the time. He calls a lot.
What do you say about me?
You guys are pretty identical.
I do c-bet a lot. But
you should c-bet. I c-bet about 75%. I don't c-bet a lot. It also depends on what game I'm in. On just has that mountain of chips. He can't even look at his cards. He has to like.
Richie Rich coming in hot.
Pocket 7s. Let's give him the first hand here. Let's see a 7. Ace Queen would be nice with 2 spades. I don't think he's going to get that far though. I think Mike's going to raise this up. And he does. Huh? 125 is. It's not bad sizing there. Richie is going to definitely call this. Not sure if he has yet. Oh, he has. Looks like he has.
The 4 is going to get in there. So why don't we see Ace 7-4 flop? And Magic going to come along with the Queen 9, getting a little frisky here.
He is on the button. That's the only good thing here. On is also in. Ace 4. So On's going to win this hand.
Feels that way.
Oh, 8, 10, 6. Yeah.
7 still out ahead.
So this flop helps nobody.
Queen 9 picks up a gutter, as does Richie Rich.
Blue's okay, Victor?
I think.
A 7 would be disastrous for Richie Rich.
Yeah, I think. I like to see Richie fire out something small there to see who's really going to pop.
Queen on the river gives.
Magic the top. See, this is the problem here now. think he's being serious. He wants you to contact him because he wants to be your coach. I was like, so now it's up to Magic. No, on. What the hell?
Nobody's shown interest in this pot, and that means On's going to start betting.
For a minute there, I thought they were $500 chips. I thought he was stacking like 2,000. I was like, it's a little aggressive.
I liked it better when he had Jack 6.
170. Yeah. It's kind of a smallish bet. 40% pot here.
Magic not going anywhere.
I like those probing bets. It gives you a lot of information, right? I mean, I think Richie finds a call here himself. He does have some
That's how you end up with piles.
some opportunities to improve with a 9. Probably thinks a 7 as well, but oh, he goes, lays it down.
I would have liked to see Richie just blast off there.
Be a tough call for both of them at that point.
I don't know.
So the 10's going to pair on the end. On sitting with a cool ace high. There's 865 in the middle. So he's going to check. He's going to give up. I expect this to go check back.
Yeah,
Yep.
it makes no sense to bet there.
It's a nice win there for Magic. Definitely his largest pot of the night. Should be moving him back towards the positive territory.
Someone is saying he looks like Ralph Macchio.
I don't know who that is.
Wow, you are really. You showed your Ralph Macchio, Cobra Kai, Karate Kid.
I've never watched Cobra Kai. I mean, I might know who he is, but I don't know his.
Oh, we're done. Karate. That's what I say, Karate Kid, but he doesn't. He doesn't know who that is.
Who looks like Ralph Macchio?
Richie Rich.
4 is 20.
Yeah, I guess he looks a little bit like him. I think he looks more like the next Spider-Man. All right, let's check out net earnings as we wrap up here. About 15 more minutes to go. We've got On
Someone
the big
says
winner.
Peter Potter poker player.
Yeah, yeah, that should be his name.
Yeah, we're gonna change that. Can we change that?
We've got 4.2K to On currently. Union Jack right behind him with 2.5. He's been a little more quiet here as the session's gone on further.
Well, he has Chinese food now, so.
V-Donk,
See?
the big loser so far after that big hand against On. Let's see if he can get involved here and try and win some of it back here before the end of the night.
Union Jack does. Oh, he folds the 7-4 suited. We're starting to see
I already implemented that no set.
Some more aggressive play here.
from Mike B. I just don't see his name here, but
We saw a Queen Jack and Richie Rich gonna find queens in the big blind. It looks like he's reaching for 4-bet chips. This is gonna work out for him.
2 raises to
9-5 spades.
He's gonna raise it up to 625 over what I believe is around 225, 250.
225.
So I think that's pretty good sizing for the 4-bet there.
Given the fact that he has a lot of players behind him to still act here, but
I think this is just gonna get through.
this is there's no way this is going to be a call.
folds back to 8. 8 folds.
So nice hand there for Richie Rich. Welcome to the table, Queens. Don't even have to go to the flop. And he's gonna win about
Picks up
$300.
$350, yeah.
Button moves
It's really easy. Just
He's the player I asked to play on the table.
I can never win a hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he's going to owe me 10% of that, so it's $35.
You staked him?
No.
I let a guy stake me in a stream once. Tommy. You know him?
Tommy?
Yeah, young. Yeah, not young. He plays in the morning.
I sometimes here till the morning. So.
Asian guy?
No.
Yeah, he wanted
10 to play, 10 to play.
Gave him some on the stream.
I staked a vlogger
10 to
once
play, 5 folds.
on a stream.
6 folds.
Interesting.
7 folds.
Yeah, that's another story.
8 raises to 40. 5 folds.
Not really stake, more like loan. There's a difference.
I've never loaned anyone money, and I never will. I don't even like giving people money when they Venmo me right away.
Oh, I've still got several people owing money.
Just making sure that I want to acknowledge.
I have that look.
All right, 1 call, 2 folds.
Take advantage look.
3.
You're probably listening to this stream right now.
Hey, if you're out there and you owe Dante money, Pay
We
the
got 3
man.
players.
He's got reinforcements on the back end that
Yeah.
are coming for it. All right.
Magic with 8s. Nice little hand there. We haven't really seen a lot of flop sets.
Check.
A lot of pocket pairs,
I
you know,
can't
flop
think
sets.
of one.
Yeah, I don't see everyone either.
55.
V-Donk has top pair here. Magic with the overpair. And this is probably going to go check all the way through. No, someone did bet.
Yeah, Magic
Okay,
bets.
good bet. That's a
Yeah.
good bet. V-Donk's going to call this for sure.
3 calls. Heads up.
Let's see 2 of clubs.
Turn.
That would be fun.
They haven't been able to give us the card we've been looking for so far tonight, but
8 checks.
River.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
that
here comes a 2.
8 should be too concerned with an ace. Now
Wow,
they really should.
Magic really likes that river card. It's less likely his opponent has an ace. And he's going to lead out here, which doesn't make a lot of sense, right? If you had an ace, you would bet that ace on the turn.
8 show. 8
Another win
shows
for Magic
aces
there, and I think that's going to get him up into the green. So a nice little comeback here for Magic so far to close out this stream. We have about 15 minutes left, approximately.
I feel like Magic is getting more comfortable, too,
Yeah.
with some of the players out there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I've played with him before, but not on the stream. I'm not sure how
All right. 5 shows.
if he knows a lot of these players that have played with him in the past.
Yeah, I've played with him as well.
Let me go ahead and see if I can get away from the spam here. See how you remove it. Report it, remove it, remove it.
Exactly my point.
Put user in timeout.
I'm gonna have a hard time getting king.
You
Except
just,
by ace
I don't
3
think you'll
suited,
be able to
which beats me.
I saw.
delete the message. Yeah. Yeah.
Must be watching. I don't know.
I don't want to running on would have.
All right. Hand 80. We have slowed down the pace of hands.
6 folds.
Or 3-5.
7 raises to 55. 5-5. 8 folds.
Yeah. I have the little.
3 calls.
Oh, you have power.
Well, no, I just have a little.
That's power. Okay, so we got aces. For
Wow,
what
all
I
right.
think it's the second time.
Union Jack has been really quiet, so let's see what. So he gets a call from on and from Optimize. Some
I gotta imagine that's again a bad.
that just I
bad
see a
reading.
3.
I don't think Optimize probably has a 3.
5 checks.
I think it's more likely he has a jack and something else. And that 3 belonged to Richie Rich. But regardless, Union Jack with the best hand poker has ever created. Going to go ahead and lead for, looks like around 2/3 pot here. 135. I think that's a pretty appropriate sizing for a 4-3-8-2 club board.
Yeah, if it was heads up,
multi-way.
I could see it making it smaller. But
Agreed. Agreed. On does have the backdoor nut club draw. Yeah. Optimize going to make the call, which does not discount the 3 factor, but again, I'm not confident in that being the holding
yeah,
that
I
he
don't-
has.
Optimize is not playing a lot of non-premium cards in these spots, given the fact that Mark raised. Jack 3 seems a little loose for me. Jack 8 makes more sense. Jack 8 suited, something like that. But either way, the 10's not going to help anybody.
No 10 is going to help either player. If you're Union Jack, you really need to continue here, and I think you can continue for 350, 400
Yeah, I
or so.
I like the larger bet size, the 400 plus here. Clearly, the other two players have something, whether it's a flush draw or what. You want to charge for this type of drawing hands.
Now, this is a precarious spot, though, because you are sitting 4.5K effective with your opponents and a board that favors them much stronger.
It does, and your opponents are pretty deep. So
exactly. And On has already shown a willingness to blast off into pots. So Union Jack betting smaller, 335, which I don't mind. Treading lightly.
good fold. I mean, if he had 2 diamonds there, it could be an easy call, but he's really just drawn to the 3 or the king at that point.
that where it came from.
Hey, you
That's
know
how we
what?
win.
I guess sometimes you never know.
Allowed to get you water anytime.
So it looks like we got about 5 more hands remaining. Make sure if you guys haven't at this point, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button.
All right, everybody scanned. Yep. All right, 6 straddle 10, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 raises to 35, 1 folds.
Richie Rich finds an ace-9.
2 raises to 1.
He's going to raise this up from Mike B's Queen Jack. This is kind of like reminiscent of the last hand when he had queens here.
Talking about the outside?
Yeah,
No.
I've seen Richie do this with
that's not the only
these
ones that are
ace
like that.
suited type hands, even if they don't connect.
6 folds.
He really likes to be aggressive with this type of holding here. And his aggression is going to win him another pot. Let's throw him up on the big board. What we got? We only got 5 more
It's a
hands.
blessing and a curse, and what I mean by that is they're easier to shuffle
I mean,
because they're
normal
thinner.
cards.
Because they're thinner. Well, because all these have.
They have the
That's
chips.
his
Yeah,
second
okay.
hand he won.
So it's
So not bad for 5 minutes work. He's already up 277.
give and take.
Pretty good hourly.
Like normal cards.
Never having to go to showdown.
We're also learning why all the other string
So-
cards have
If only it worked like that every time.
He should just get up.
I would have liked to not go into showdown today against a certain 7-5 suited.
Nice hand.
7 straddles 10.
In this setup, I only played on one of the test shows. Like, I haven't played on an actual show on this setup yet.
Everything's good. 10 to play.
I think we're going to end in a bomb pot as well as we normally do, so that should be fun. Magic does have a pocket pair, and he's just going to call the straddle. I think they put in a little bet there. There's a chance he can always take over the betting lead, but now someone else will. V-Donk will raise his 4-3 suited. Not really opposed to that. It's hard to put anybody on 4-3 suited, 5-7 suited, or whatever you.
7 calls. 8 calls.
Whatever your poison is, and of course Magic's going to call. Union Jack's also going to, he's feeling his oats here a little bit. Feel like if I hit my 9, I should be good here.
Actions on this.
Everybody.
So, well, he gets a 3 and a backdoor flush draw, right? He had 4-3 clubs. Pocket 5s is still pocket 5s, and Union Jack
Diamonds, 3 diamonds, queen of clubs.
missed the flop.
So 7 checked, 8 checked.
Union Jack wondering how he even made it to this flop.
60, 7 folds.
V-Donk gonna bet. Take it down. I think V-Donk is a solid player just from
Yeah, he really is. He's
Observing
incredibly
his-
he's active. He's got some good instincts in there.
made a good fold with the king 2 when he probably should have never been there.
He bet when he had the
He
had
bet
the
when he was
lead,
ahead
and he
though.
folded when he wasn't. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a mark of a good poker player.
Yep.
Or we can just wait till the stream is over and then do a bomb pot right away.
Sure. Man, it's up to
We
you
don't,
guys.
we don't wait.
Close, finish the stream with a bomb pot. Yeah.
Whatever you
That's what I
got.
mean, guys.
Whatever
It's
you
pretty
got.
bad. 83 hands in a whole stream. That's really bad.
I don't play. I mean,
That's
it's
really
be
fucking
hammered
bad.
in.
That's terrible. That's actually the worst I've seen in a long time. No, it's not the glitches. No. It's the players. Come on, man.
So we were on pace to get 100 hands in there. It slowed down tremendously.
Yeah.
We were at 50 hands in 2 hours, and we only had 33 hands in the last 2 hours. That's
9 folds, 1 fold, 2 folds.
trying to figure out what slowed us down a little
5
bit.
raises to 20.
All right, I love the hand. On's going to play. He's going to raise this to 20.
8 calls.
He effectively min raises it, and all this does is just build the pot. It's not really intended to knock anybody out. But he only gets Magic to call because he was in the straddle, I believe. I do see a 9.
Yeah,
So On's going to outflop his opponent. Magic does flop or second pair here with the 3, so he's probably going to call most bets. And On is the one that gets 60, it looks like. So it's going 60% pot here. It's a mandatory call.
turn.
That 8 really doesn't help anybody.
8 checks. Five bets, 120.
What I'd love to see stats on is how many more hands got to the river tonight compared to most streams.
But we're talking about 80, 90, 100 hand sample.
That's the thing. Like if you had, like how many hands, or a better question might be, how many hands went raise and take at pre-flop tonight? 2? Like
At least like 2 pair.
Like a lot of these hands are taking longer just because like we're getting
4 on.
We're getting
It's a bad time for Magic to start betting there. He's gonna bet 300.
The problem is, once
That's
we start
pretty
moving
big.
For it, we're off.
That's a big bet
Just my
relative to
opinion,
the pot here. He's got 75% pot. On's definitely calling. He's probably thinking, yeah, do I raise? But the straight got there as well, so.
Threes, shows queens, and nines. 2 pair. 2 pair.
I'm not sure what the plan was on that one. I understand. I understand the calling. It felt almost like a blocker bet, but it was too much. So
No, we're gonna do the.
On was just as confused as. I was only going to bet 200.
I think he was turning his 3 into a bluff there.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just.
So let's take a look at the earnings here once again as we approach our final 3 hands here. Magic has slipped back into the red. Let's see if maybe he can use these last couple of hands to make it up.
10, I'm sorry. 9 shuttles, 10.
Yeah, 3 more hands.
1.
Assuming the last hand will be a bomb pot. I want to see William take the bomb pot. Get unstuck here.
Blake gonna call with the 7-6 suited.
Great call. I don't even like to raise with that. Even if it was 7-5 with diamonds, I'd raise with that. Just more salt in the wound. If anyone doesn't know, I played a hand against my co-host here, and I had 7-5, and I raised it pre-flop and was able to scoop a nice pot.
I didn't have any problems with the way you played the hand. He thought I was upset, but I wasn't.
I said sorry.
Yeah, I don't know
I
why.
always say sorry. Just lucky.
I bet when I was ahead and when I was behind. It's a good turn bet by me. Because you were going to check that turn back.
Well, yeah, you picked up more equity.
Yeah.
Of course.
Had to charge you for it. And of course, my straight became a one-liner on the end, too.
6 folds. Button moves to 7.
On wins another pot. I don't even think he needs cards to win.
I think that's a good point.
I think, because he had 9-7 there, and he just bets and wins.
All right, so this should be our last hold'em hand, hand 85.
Cold T says Harry Parker. We're on a hole. What are we going to name the seat 2? Harry Parker's not bad.
Any final questions?
Peter Potter. I can't say that.
Peter Potter.
Peter Potter.
Peter Potter poker player.
I'll let him know what his new nickname is.
Peter Potter poker player. Well, he's going to have a short session of the vlog to watch to be able to hear. So.
Well, maybe we'll get him on another one.
4 folds. 5 raises 20. 6 folds.
He's good. He's fun to play with. He's got some shadow to him, and he plays a lot of hands. So
7 raises to 85.
On's going to raise this up. His raises pre-flop are always very small, if you notice, if they're not big hands. And in the big hands, he just calls anybody else's raise. So he's not looking to get a lot of money in pre-flop. I know the players are picking up on that, but it's those turn and rivers, man. Just what he does great at is building the pot. All right, so 6-8 diamonds would be the nuts here, in my opinion. But we...
There's those 7-5 of diamonds again, haunting me.
Yeah, that's a good hand.
So Optimize going to pick up Broadway. Still got the best hand here. I expect to see On to start rep this ace, as he will.
I mean, he goes for a decent sizing here, right? No, it's 120. 160?
140. I expect Union Jack to go away.
Yeah, I actually expect Optimize to let this go down. I mean, he's just really, in his mind, he's just drawn to a jack. It's really not. Even though we can see he's ahead, I still think it's the right fold.
Yeah,
given
no,
the
I
action.
agree. You can find better spots.
We have 1 to 2.
In your like first act against on.
2 more hands? Yeah, 1, 2 hands. Button is on 8.
Looks like this will be our last hand. I just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who joined us in the chat. We got to 224, so I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Maybe a little more. I don't think mine updated. Special thanks to all our chat pros out there: Rena, Poker Monkey, Skull, Ragnar, Frank. And I apologize if I missed your name, Captain Underpants, things like that. I'm sure there's
Pairs. Captain under pairs.
under pairs. Sorry,
Look,
I said underpants.
actually does not look like we have a bomb pot.
Oh, it's not a bomb pot. Okay, so we typically have a bomb pot at the end, but we're going to play holdem here.
Union Jack going to open up the Queen Jack to 125. Rather large sizing over the limp from who I imagine is on. Just taking a guess. V-Donk sitting with Jack 9 suited in the straddle. This is such an ideal hand to have in the straddle. He elects to call. I could see him going either way.
I would love to see a 4-bet there.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Especially in the straddle.
Yeah.
It's so strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's going to flop a club, 4-6-4. Hopefully On has a 4. He's got a 6.
On
so
somehow hits.
Once again, On with the lead. Strong lead, too.
Looking around the table like, how much can I get from you guys?
He's going to check this.
I think On said, go ahead and c-bet, and I'll call. That's
7, that's 215.
That's a big sizing. It's a really, it's a, I guess it's not that big, a little over 50%.
Half pot.
This is snap call here. Is that a raise? Oh, I thought I saw it pick up a pink chip.
Oh, he's doing it.
Oh, he is. Okay, so.
5 raises to 5.
And I think that'll be the end of our stream.
Yeah, I mean, he's repping a 4, not the 6 right now. So.
Oh, no. On is repping the 6, and he's letting him know.
I just saw him throw the 4 sign out.
Union Jack taking his time to think it through. I don't think he'd be taking this long if he knew he only had 17% equity, but.
I just heard Mark ask me, do you have something? And On said, I have something. What did you think On was going to say? No, it's a stone cold bluff.
Seven folds. Button is on 9. Alright, that was last one.
I think that is it. Again, thank you everybody for joining us and hitting that like button, and thanks you for Shane for keeping me company today. I really appreciate it. I was glad to do this with you. It was a lot of fun, so I really appreciate it.
Absolutely been a long time coming. We'll do it again soon.
All right, awesome. Again, thank you everybody, and have a good night.
Florida live stream.
Yeah,
I just need the, yeah.
1,000 I would go.
I sort of figured.
I'm gonna do a bomb pot though.
Did you raise up to 1,000?
Yeah, no, I'm going
So you
to. For
bump up
500, I'm going to raise to 16, 1700.
Jojo, is this the last time?
That was the last time. It took a little bit too long.
No worries.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can't start running into coverage of the NFL, right?
Oh, is it right?
You don't have to scan, guys. You don't have to scan.
Oh, you haven't scanned.
It's good practice though. But
Union Jack, that's not what you had, is it? I think I had one of those cards.
Which one?
That's not what you had, right?
What, the aces?